Alright. Hey you, it's true. And we are about to have the 4th Platoon Wars edition. The longest standing tournament series in Evertale. It started in June 2025 and now we already have the 4th edition. And it's still a rumble to get it. Nobody has been able to win it more than once. Today, Abdo will attempt to do just that. The other Platoon Wars winners from number 1 and number 2 are not joining today. And nice, we have a donation coming in from Valeria, 250. Thank you so much for your support. And also shout out to Abdo, who just became a true supporter. Thanks a lot for that. Quick reminder, of course, I'm not making anything really through the ads here. Well, not anything is maybe saying a bit much, but it's usually €1 from these 5-hour live streams. So yeah, any donations is highly welcomed and appreciated to keep the lights on here in the true headquarters, although the sun is shining today, so I guess the electricity bill will be a bit lower than usual from running this tournament. But yeah, welcome everyone along, and let me see who's already in chat. We have Nelson checked already saying Linux my greatest rival, so we already have the players who are gonna face off in the very first battle here in the chat. We meet again, and then one of them gets the honor of challenging our number 1 player Altruis. Number 1 player Altruis indeed, but however, something to point out, Altruis has never won a matchup in Platoon Wars. I mean, he only joined Platoon Wars 3, the first ones he didn't, but that is potentially his weak spot here so far in these tournament formats. So something to look out for indeed. All right, let's see, what else do we have on the agenda here? Linux is already happy about that seat placement. But yeah, you can see on the screen already the top 28 right now in the world of Evertale, in the team building world. We have a lot of variety here actually, in terms of the nations represented, as you can see with all the flags. A lot of people are storming upwards after the latest Carrot Cup from last month. If you missed that, I highly recommend checking that out as well. But later on, of course, because now definitely have to stay live. After saying the happiness true shows for each donation, no matter how small, makes me feel bad for not donating. No, you don't have to feel bad. Also, you already donated a little bit by becoming a true supporter, so that already is great support right there. After saying Linux, didn't you fight seed 1 in almost every tournament so far? But yeah, I mean, that's the thing, you know, Linux, he's very stable around that number 20 position, and that's always gonna be risky to get matched up against one of the very top seeds. For that to change, Linux has to start winning a little bit more. And yeah, I mean, he's still holding on to Eva, but let's see how she's gonna do for him today in his platoon number 1, in his strongest platoon with Mermaid. But yeah, on the screen, other than that, you already see all the matchups of today, the 27 players competing. We have many different nations represented. We also have a new nation represented for the very first time. A player of Switzerland is joining, so Axalion. Welcome to the tournament series. And also first timers are Cinema Roll, although he already played in the Shadow League. But this is the very first live tournament where this player from the Philippines is joining. And we also have Chua Te Vibu from Vietnam joining for the very first time. So 3 new players that are joining tournaments for the very first time. But yeah, the first time somebody from Switzerland is joining, and that was also a good thing, because now we have for the very first time the DACH region fully represented. 1 player from Germany, 1 player from Austria, and 1 player from Switzerland. So that's kind of fun. Let's see how my region is gonna perform in this one. Let's see. Mayokita is gonna win this, Rico Yuno is saying. Well, he definitely cooked something quite wild here. And Abdo is saying, I had to give up using Dark Cindy after the 3rd time. Gave up Pinocchio too later. You should learn. And I'ma hold your balls when I say this drop mermaid, bro. Why are you holding his balls, man? After, why did you need to go there? Well, anyways, we're gonna have Platoon Wars today. The format is not new. You already know this, I guess. If you have seen any of the previous one. Just as a reminder for those who are joining for the very first time, every player had to submit 3 platoons with 15 unique SSR units. And they had to basically, how to say this? Well, they had to order them in how strong they think they are. So number 1, number 2, number 3. And they will have to fight in best of 3s. Each platoon only fights once in each matchup at most. And whoever gets 2 wins will advance. And then in the semifinals and finals, we will have the best of 5, where there will be more battles to decide who is gonna take it ultimately. But yeah, some trade-offs definitely had to be made. I mean, we have units like Anya and Thor right now, which are pretty much staples in any top team. You can only use them in one of these 3 platoons, obviously. Maybe split them up. People have been going for different approaches here. It will be very interesting to see very unique ideas that have been compiled here. So yeah, we will see those. And as recently, as done for the last 2 times as well, we basically have some RNG in terms of which platoons fight each other first. So we will have Nelson, Checked, and Linux first up, and they will face off with their platoon ones at first against each other. So the strongest platoons that they have to offer. And afterwards, whoever lost will send their second strongest against the third strongest of the winner, and then the other way around if there is a third matchup. And the way it works to determine which platoons fight each other first is, again, if the match number is divisible by 3, then it is the third platoons. If it is not divisible by 3 but divisible by 2, then it is the second platoons. And if neither of these is the case, so for example like the matchup number 1, only divisible by 1, then it is the platoon ones that are fighting each other, and that's why we get to see the treat right away. Gathering ICP in the chat saying all the new players, let's go. Let's see if we have some upsets. We have a lot of strong players and also recent joiners, right? Like Kuhaku, who only joined this year but already made quite a splash in all of his tournament appearances, making it to the semifinals or even further, but still waiting for the tournament or the first tournament win, but already seed 3 at this point in this matchup, because Su Qingtao did not submit his platoons this time, so number 3 is sitting out, but all the other top 10 players are here again trying to catch up to Ultros here at the top. But of course, that will be very interesting to see. Also, Abdo is here again trying to defend his title from January, where he won Platoon Wars number 3. And that would be the very first time any player ever gets the second Platoon Wars title. And also, only the second time ever that a player wins a second tournament as well. All right. Ming is saying, I'm late. No, you're not really. As you can see, we're just getting started. We have 20 viewers already, which is awesome to see. And everything is prepared. I hope there is no technical difficulties this time. I didn't check all the platoons, but I'm just trusting you guys that you build some sensible teams here with the right weapon types and everything. But yeah, quick reminder for those who have not seen the announcement or don't know how this works. Everybody got to build their teams choosing from all units, so you're not restricted to what you have in your Evertale account. You have all the over 200 SSR units at your disposal, you have all the SSR weapons at your disposal, fully maxed out, 100% potential, 300 boosts, full mastery, etc, etc. The only thing, there will not be any mastery adjustments, so the mastery is just a power boost, I suppose. And all the equipment or accessories are also there available to use multiple times, which is why we see a lot of select helmets and thundering turrets. But yeah, that will be rather interesting, I think. Should be good to see where the meta is at right now. if the recent 3 units made any splash whatsoever. They were a little bit on the disappointing side, besides Snow White, I feel, but then again, that is to be expected from Earth units at this point. But yeah, let's see. Everybody in the chat is already getting hyped up. I like to see it. Let's see, will I cook or get burnt? Natsume is saying, Eva strongest of them all. P1's gonna lose and my P2 is too sloppy to win. GG gang. Linux already giving up. Reles is there as well. Our Platoon Wars #1 winner. Should have used Earthgewine instead of Eva. Earthgewine for the win. Earthgewine even older than Mermaid, of course. And yeah, EXO is there as well. Great. We have our moderator on board. He's also one of the favorites, of course, going into this tournament with all his team building experience. Also check out the External Experts channel on my Discord server for his insights, especially great stuff, I think, valuable stuff in terms of choosing weapons for your characters and stuff like that. So shout out to EXO for his great work in terms of reviewing new units in writing if you don't want to watch videos or if you want to get a second opinion on things. Alright, True, can we make a Mermaid 20 mana next tournament? Well, there is gonna be a next tournament that is gonna be pretty wild, but more on that later for June as a basically anniversary edition, given that then it has been 1 year since we started the tournaments. There will be a special new tournament format that we're gonna try out, which will be probably the wildest yet, even wilder than Duplicup, wilder than anything we've seen so far, so let's see how that's gonna go. Damn, Reles is even in voice chat with EXO already analyzing, I suppose, the results that's gonna come in. After saying with the right weapons types and everything, said True looking at Caled as he says that. Well, I don't know who said it in the chat, but yeah, it was like, I'm not sure if the yellow or red stuff is gonna be an issue, but I don't think it's gonna be. So we're gonna be fine. And I think we talked a lot already. Actually, yeah, we talked a lot already, but we're getting more and more viewers, so that is awesome. And Ultros is already hyped for a new tournament format. Another another format where he can get a win. I'm not sure. Ultros should correct me if I'm wrong. I think he won already historic PvP. He won the Carrot Cup. And what was the other one? A second Carrot Cup, maybe? I'm not sure. Or was it a Duplicup? No. Well, I'm not sure right now. But he did win 3 tournaments, which is why he currently has 3,000 tournament points. And that is why Linux and others are correctly calling him the Ultra GOAT right now. And let's see how he's gonna do today, if he's gonna overtake his trauma from last time where he got defeated, I think, by a relatively new player. I think maybe it was even Focalors. She's also there today, but she's gonna face off Rain today early on. Historic, Dupli, and Carrot. Nice, nice, nice. Well, then Platoon Wars is still open for Ultros. He's gonna try to add another one, which would be kind of crazy because then he would break the 4,000 tournament points barrier. Quick reminder, the highest you can ever reach, and that is only if you win 7 tournaments in a row, then you make it to 7,000 tournament points, which is pretty impossible. But I also thought it's impossible that someone is gonna break 3,000 points. So what am I? Who am I to say it's not possible? Well. Alright, then let's get going. We've talked long enough and we're gonna go straight over. Let's see what people have cooked up for us. Oh, actually, I wanted to try to get some bets going. Let me see if we can have that. Yeah, I think we will have some bets, so if you write exclamation mark points in the chat, the free true points that you get just from watching along in this live stream and commenting, you can bet on the outcomes. Only thing, I still have to give Natsume and Ultros, but maybe sometime later I have to give them some more true points for winning the bracket prediction contest in the 1v1 SSR tournament from 2 days ago. If you haven't seen that one, check it out. It's, I think, a very nice, worthwhile watch that is also shorter than the usual tournaments, just 1 hour to watch who's gonna be the best 1v1 unit in Evertale right now. Let's see how it's gonna go. And hopefully it's working. Is it? Yeah, it is working. Nice. Oh, Linux with 1,800 points. That's impressive. All right, let's go then. Everybody get ready with your points. And let's see what they cooked up for us here. Nelson checked versus Linux. It's gonna be Myanmar versus Spain. Both of them, I think, the only representatives for their country today. So they really have to give it to all today. Let's see how they're gonna do it. I'm gonna open the bets and start the battle. Welcome along to Platoon Wars 4. This is the very first battle. We have Nelson checked versus Linux with an Eva carries team. And she already takes off some HP here from Momo, who heals back up completely. And then Mermaid falls asleep, gets inescapable laughed. But she's still asleep, so she doesn't get pushed back. So I guess that is nice. We have some budding gifts. Oh, actually both players here with Beauty and Beast and with Kenshin on the team. Lethal Poison. Oh my goodness, Lethal Poison here on Mermaid. Beauty and Beast taking her out. So Mermaid is already sacrificed, but maybe that was the plan all along, because now we have Aegis coming in and actually defeating Momotaro. Not bad here. Nelson checked, but now we have Aegis on both sides. Beastly uppercut coming in, but the Guardian here is of course very strong. Kintaro being taken out immediately with Bell of the Ball. Makes me regret some choices already before my teams are even on there. But yeah, Mermaid Hate Magnet absolutely worked here. And Aegis is still healing back up, being a strong guard. Beauty is taken out, but Aegis is still alive on the other side. But then again, the question is, does she survive for long enough to revive? Because Basso X, wow, comes in, but healing is back on. Poison Waves coming in. Kenshin with Poison Waves as well. Kenshin's actually not doing much yet, and Aegis is down. It's looking good for Linux in this one. Oh my god, Beastly Uppercut coming in. I don't think Snow White alone can do it, especially because she came in from reinforcement, so there wasn't enough for her to get the Morris summoned. So this is a 1-0 for Linux. Congratulations. But there is still a chance here, obviously. It's gonna be Nelson Check's Platoon number 2 versus Linux Platoon number 3. Nelson Check can still come back with 2 wins in this one. But that was already quite interesting. Also interesting that both of these players gave Beauty and the Beast and Kenshin here a number 1 spot, a number 1 platoon spot. And X already giving some compliments here to Linux. I'm sorry for doubting you, go my son, after he's saying. Oh my god, okay, after also having a similar one apparently. But let's see. We're gonna go ahead and check out the next fight, which is gonna determine if Nelson Check can stay alive in this tournament. It's gonna be his kind of Frostburn team, I suppose, with Anya here. And Linux with Mamma Mia. That's funny. Chopin is there, Dark Musashi is there, Thor is there, Zeus is there, and also New Snow White in reinforcements. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of these Snow Whites in reinforcements. I do think they need to be in front for these Platoon Wars, but then again, who am I to say? Let's see who is gonna take this one. Freya is disabled, and that is already very, very important. True, you gotta say the team's names. Yeah, I'm already doing that, no worries. I think maybe you're behind in the stream. I said them right away, I think. Oh, shit. Sorry, I forgot about the bets, so no betting for this round, I'm afraid. But beforehand, somebody was a very lucky winner here, with Linux winning, and only one player thought that was going to happen. Zeus disabled on Freya was peak. Freya still disabled through this all. But now, oh my god, dual destruction. Dark Musashi is taken out. New Snow White comes in. Of course, she doesn't summon any Morris because there's not enough units on her team left. And more combo plays is coming in. We have Anya actually getting a turn with a circuit overload. Of course, that isn't doing all that much. player 345 got spared from betting his all. It's one of, yeah, it's automatically maxed out, I guess. Dragon Prison here, 4 is still standing easily, I guess. Not all that much happening right now, but now with News No White actually summon. Where are these Morris? Oh, what? Did they get Morris? Because there was enough enemies? Oh, that's a bit of a nerf here, I guess, for News No White. Well, that is to be expected. Oh, only 2 XP. That's a very good call out. Thanks, Kunyuno, for pointing that out. Because yeah, that's too slow. We're not gonna make it in time if we're just gonna keep watching at x2 speed. That was still from the tournament with the 1v1 as oh my goodness, all the instant death wards get triggered here from Chopin, and now the God Storm is coming in. High time units. Wow, if only a Kronos was there right now, could take out Anya and Washington easily, but Fateful Snow does it as well. And now the Morris are coming in that News No White produced. Fateful Snow Ruby is taken out. My goodness, look at Snow White go here. Love to see it. And Freya is actually struggling here, unlike in other tournaments so far. That is pretty clutch indeed. And I don't know if there's anything other than Freya left in this team on the left here. Yes, okay. There is still Zeus coming in now. And it is looking good for Mamma Mia here, I would say. Yeah, Pocket and News No White is definitely not meta. Meanwhile, Zeus is being taken out. Disabling strike again here against Freya. Then again, I'm not sure if that is still valid, because I think she was already disabled before. Time units reduced. I love the Chopin News No White combo as well. I'm using that myself. Hope it works for me as well as it does here for Linux. Another Fateful Snow. That one will probably, yeah, that's the sad thing about these Morris. But ultimately, Nelson Checked has to bow out. Linux here with a convincing 2-0, and who knows? Maybe Ultros will also have to be a little bit afraid of that one. Congrats to Linux, GG to Nelson Checked with some good teams as well. And now we're gonna go on to player 3, 4, 5, and I'm gonna try to make sure that I don't forget to open the bets. It's gonna be Finland versus Philippines. Cinema Roll already with a great performance here in the Shadow League as a first-time participant with just one team, I think, making it into the top 10. Very impressive of over 40 teams. And let's see how it's gonna go. For both of these players, we are going to have their Platoon 2s coming up first. It's gonna be player 3, 4, 5 versus Cinema Roll, Finland versus Philippines, Fifi, kind of nice. Yeah, let's gonna go and open the bets and open the battle. We still have lots of great fights ahead of us, so better not play around. Player 3, 4, 5 here with a pure Earth team on the left. Kind of insane as a second choice. And on the right though, Cinema Roll also with some older units. Kronos gets a little bit of showtime. Darkloot Miller, parrying reinforcement, Valkyrie Reset and Anastasia. Only Valkyrie Reset actually from 2026, and she is already taking out one unit. Then again, Aegis is coming in hot. A lot of Frostburn on the left though, and the lethal poison on Kronos and Valkyrie Reset of course is a little bit concerning. Oh my god, so much disable. I haven't seen a time stop like this in a while, so that is interesting to say the least. Austrian Misha spotted, yeah, I let's see if we can call her that. If she does some good stuff in this battle, then maybe. Time Spears is coming in, not very effective. We're just waiting for some time to pass, I suppose. I guess that should help. I'm not sure if it's helping anyone here actually for in terms of survival skills. But now the Stealth Alliance is on for player 3, 4, 5. Probably not the worst matchup for a pure Earth team here. I mean, even though the Frostburn is there as well. Oh my god, Aegis taking out Parry without breaking a sweat. Breaking Anastasia as well, and the remaining ones are lethally poisoned. They are getting taken out right and left. Holy shit! What is this? Aegis, that is absolutely sick. And the Buzzsaw Orcs X to finish it off. Player 345 is cooking hard here. This matchup was a crazy one. Beauty and Beast, actually somebody to watch out for. Now I'm feeling like maybe I should have used Beauty and Beast. Well, rip me, I guess. But yeah, that was pretty impressive. Let's see. We only had one bet coming in, guys. What's up with that? But we're gonna have, of course, our next battle right next up with the third platoon of player 345 versus the first platoon of Cinema Roll after Rora. It's gonna be TLPH. We're gonna see what's gonna happen. B&B, the new tournament underdog. Who's B&B? Oh, Beauty and Beast. Oh, maybe, I guess. Well, not necessarily. We don't know if she's an underdog yet. Well, let's see where she lands in the tier list, I guess. All right, we're gonna go to the next fight straight away. Gonna start the betting. And here we go. It's gonna be platoon number 3 of player 345 with a pure Storm team. With Zeus, Thor, Anya, Kronos and Nike in reinforcements, our goddess of victory, who did quite well. Well, Dark Musashi already taken out one here. Cinema Roll, of course, a great Dark Musashi. I think people underestimate how good she still is when there is no Anya around. Yes, there were some other counters released, but the only real counter in my eyes is Anya, Harmonic Anya, which is also on the team here for Cinema Roll. And Kintaro is there as well with some intimidation attempts, and Thor is there as well. Of course, this is an absolutely strong team here from Cinema Roll. Let's see how it's going to perform. Siegfried, interestingly, in reinforcements, but yeah, definitely would favor the number 1 team, and I should, I guess, because this is the number 1 team from Cinema Roll versus the number 3 team from player 345. Yeah, as Linux is saying, Thor, Anya together is having to be a super strong team. TLPH as the strongest team is diabolical. I have no idea. I'm not sure what TLPH... Well, is there some special meaning to that in the Philippines? I don't know. But yeah, intimidation attempts coming in. Thor is still standing, but not much else. Anya is going down now. Kintaro with some golden will coming in. Heavy swing and defeating Thor. It's just Nike now. Can she do it alone against 5 units? The answer, of course, might not surprise you. But this is already great stuff from Cinema Roll as well with a 1-1. So we will now go into the decider right after I paid out the bets. Seems like that was not a super surprising win here. People thought that is definitely the one favorite here with the number 1 team. Team Liquid Philippines. Oh yeah, I think that's the one. It might be a MLBB team. What's MLBB? I'm afraid to ask. I know that TLPH is the name of the blood. And now it's FNOP. But Cinema Roll also said what it meant, but I didn't have enough space, I think, to make it in, and I didn't learn it. But yeah, Cinema Roll here potentially with this wrong Freya. Altros is calling out. We have the old Freya here, but we also have old Akatsuki, so I'm not sure what's the thought here. And also, by the way, player 345 again with a purely elemental blad. And this is only light units here in his number 1 platoon with Modern Elmina in reinforcements, Sorrow, Anya, Chopin and Valkyrie Reset in front. Kind of wild, honestly. Groundbreaker coming in, but not doing much due to the fortifications. First time seeing a TLPH team name in this. Why are so many people knowing what that stands for? I feel completely out of the loop here. But yeah, let's see what Akatsuki can do. Probably the oldest ever unit to show up in these tournaments. Actually, the one of the units that was already there in March 2019 when Evertale was released. More of a historic PvP unit usually, which I guess there they showed up. But in Platoon was, I think, we never saw such an old unit. But yeah, Cinema Roll, not sure what the thought was behind this team. Maybe switched up the Freya pick and then potentially the Akatsuki, although I'm not sure what Akatsuki could stand for here. The sword with Akatsuki looks nice though, Ultros is saying. So yeah, at least we got to see some nice stuff here. But I guess again, the winner wasn't really all that surprising. Then again, Cinnamoroll with a nice showing here for the very first time in the live tournaments. And ultimately, it's gonna be player 345 who's gonna move on. And he's gonna face EXO or Satznine next, either from Lebanon or Bangladesh. And let's see, one of them is gonna make it. Satznine, of course, having quite the work cut out for him, because EXO is, is somebody to watch out for. Let's see what he cooked up for us in this one and who's gonna play player 345 in the round number 2. Alright, EXO versus Satznine is up next. They are gonna face each other with their platoon 3s first, so keep an eye out on that. Okay, let's keep it this for now. Let's see what they cooked up for us. We're gonna start the betting, we're gonna start the battles and dive right into it. Ming is saying Temu Freya, that's funny. After asking if Velaria is Cinnamoroll, let's gonna go Cinnamoroll. Gathering ICP is there. Valeria is just cheering for Cinnamoroll, and Absolute Slaughter is coming in against Kenshin. A terrible start here for Satznine, and this again is what I said. Dark Musashi against a non-Anya team is just absolutely insane. Definitely SSS tier material against any teams that are not having Anya, and as such, it's not looking good for the kickoff here for Satznine. Might have to make a comeback here with team 1s and 2s already, the way this is going right now. EXO here with an interesting combination. A very, very Frost, Burny, Stunny, Dark Musashi team. I already used, I think, Don Quixote and Dark Musashi together. I think it's not actually that bad with all the turn giving that can happen potentially. Not that it's necessary this time. Satznine also with Revenant King Arthur in reinforcement, which is a bit of a wild choice, considering how much better he is in front, or she is in front. But yeah, how do we mention in YouTube again? Evil EXO using Dark Musashi. Well, everyone is probably using Dark Musashi indeed. I hope for people, because I think in this kind of Platoon Wars matchup where you're not necessarily facing Anya all the time, you better have her on your lineup. So yeah, EXO taking the first one, but let's see if Satznine can make it to a comeback. Again, the bets relatively clear into one direction. But let's see how it's gonna go next. We're gonna have EXO's Platoon 2 versus Satznine's Platoon 1. Both have new Freya. We have Washington versus Anastasia. Anastasia Frostburn doesn't get to do the Royal Blizzard. Not the greatest start here for Satznine. Then again, Satznine this time with iconic Anya and with Dark Musashi, so that is a very, very strong setup. Then again, EXO very nice here with Light Barmood in reinforcements, and the first Meteor Call already coming in. The fortification, of course, being very helpful. New Freya is already in the War Frenzy for Satznine as well, so that might be strong, and also she ignores the disable here from Anya. Then again, not strong enough yet to get the kill. Meanwhile, Anastasia does get taken out, and Claire goes into the battlefield. Dark Musashi is taken out. Instant death ward is triggered. New Freya is on a roll here, but now getting the turn, but all the other ones are getting the turn. Okay, this is actually kind of wild. Missile Storm is coming in. Oh my goodness. Okay, Frostburn now on this Freya. That is not great for Satznine. EXO definitely cooking in this one. Now Deep Sleep for Claire. Claire is not for this world, and Freya is going down as well. Anya alone might not be able to do this. EXO definitely cooked something up here, and Satznine has to bow out of the competition. Unbelievable stuff. Congratulations to EXO here, and GG to Satznine, who I'm sure will come back stronger in the next tournament, but very, very tough opponent here to get in the first round. EXO only seed 9, but definitely has some very strong potential, especially in this Platoon Wars set up. Always have to keep in mind that these seeds are based on a variety of tournaments, including historic PvP, which might not directly translate to success in the other tournaments, etc, etc. Alright, EXO with a 2-0 will have to face player 345 next, his purely elemental teams. Let's see how that one goes. But first, we are going to go straight to Canada versus China. It's gonna be Daybuxy versus Rookie, and it's gonna be their Platoon 2s fighting each other, because 4 is not divisible by 3, but it is divisible by 2. Did I pay the bets? Oh, I didn't. So EXO was the winner. And we're gonna go straight into the next fight, guys. Let's see. Natsume is saying I might be real screwed. Why is that? You're not up yet. Let's see how it's gonna go. We have Daybuxy versus Rookie. We have Earth Dark Rolosha already going down here for Rookie. And Misha being pushed back by Dark Musashi. Frostburn here on Maiden Snow White. New Snow White here. Absolute Slaughter coming in again, but the turns keep stacking here. That's not bad here for Revenant King Arthur. Not enough damage yet. But now Disable and, well, Instant Death Ward is triggered. Absolute Slaughter now. New Snow White is going down. It's just on Revenant King Arthur now for Rookie. Well, there is still some reinforcements, but this is looking very strong so far from Daybuxy in this lineup. The weapon on Dark Musashi might not have been great, and Regal Cataclysm is the one to turn it around for Rookie potentially. My goodness, I'm not sure if now something can happen still. I mean, luckily Modern Almina doesn't get taken, and there was still an instant death ward, I suppose, on Ruby, but this is not going great. Then again, Modern Almina might be just what is needed here, and Ruby is just what is needed here, actually. Very, very good stuff. I mean, now we have some Morris coming in, but Revenant King Arthur with some great action here, but it's probably not enough for a carry, and I also don't have much faith here in Misha. At least she will defeat these imposters. And Kintaro comes in. Okay, so it's 2 of them now. Let's see what the newest unit in Evertale can do for Rookie here. The counter is triggered, but she goes down. Modern Almina is still there. And oh, now we get the notification that Apto has become a member. I think it already happened earlier, but again, thanks Apto for supporting the channel, and hope you enjoy the exclusive content. And Daybuxy takes this one, of course, because Misha is on the right. Some people might mistake her for Austrian Misha, but she's just carrying some random flag, I think. Not really somebody to represent Austria in any shape or form. And yeah, that is a first win here for Daybuxy. And that means now the third. Oh wait, let me pay the bets. Oh, this time it wasn't as clear, so that's nice. And now we will see Daybuxy's Platoon 3 versus Rookie's Platoon 1. Rookie has to try to come back in this one. Let's see what he cooked up for that. Austria, let's go. I absolutely agree here. To Valeria, and we have Rookie. With a Void Push that fails because everybody is immovable here on the left. Beauty and Beast is there as well. Kenjin also in the last platoon. Without Anya, not as strong, of course, against this onslaught from Dark Musashi. Instant Death Wards already getting triggered, and Kenjin is taken out. Without Instant Death Wards and without Anya, Kenjin is nothing. Disabling bolts coming in, so Beauty Beast is there, but Kintaro can still do something, maybe. Some intimidation attempt for sure. Zero Spirit now on the right team for Rookie. Golden Cleave not doing much yet, and now the Hypnosis is coming in. We see on the right this very, very strong combo. Thor, Anya, and Kenjin, and Dark Musashi. These are pretty much top 5 units, all of them. And then even Anya and reinforcements. Absolutely strong stuff here. But let's see if the rest of the units here on the left can do something against this. More of an earth focus here. At least the lethal poison seems helpful. A lot of lethal poison actually on these units. But now the toxic burst coming in. Another turn for Kenjin. Another toxic burst coming in. Not taking out units yet, but still, this is looking interesting. Thor lethally poisoned, but not enough to take Thor out here. And disabling bolts coming in again. Thor is absolutely insane. The units all disabled except for Aegis. What can she do now? She can do something, I guess, but not against Thor. Not enough damage here yet. Absolute Slaughter coming in. Now Beauty is down. Aegis might not get a chance here to do anything else because the Oni Claws are already extremely strong. We see the damage again. We see why Dark Musashi is so highly rated. The only real counter being Anya. She goes absolutely insane. Alright, Deibaxi did go down. 1-1 is on now for the final decider. We're gonna have the right winner. Everybody saw that coming. Well, that was a very, very strong team that Rookie pushed out here. And Aegis turned red indeed. Close to the next form unlock, but it was not enough. All right, Dark Musashi was also nerfed with Anya basically. For round 1, what's the order of plats we are going with? It's all about the match numbers, whether they are divisible or not. So basically, given that this is the game number 4, which is not divisible by 3, but divisible by 2, it's the platoon 2s that are fighting each other first. And now we had platoon number 1 versus platoon number 3 from Deibaxi, and so now Deibaxi will send the platoon number 1 against Rookie's platoon number 3. Of course, being a favorite here. Let's see. Oh my god, that was not what I wanted to do. All right, I'm gonna start betting. We're gonna start watching the final battle that is gonna decide whether the Canadian or the the only representative of Canada stays in the competition, or one of I think 4 Chinese participants this time. Let's see, compounding shots coming in. We have a Freya versus Freya fight again, but Deibaxi here with iconic Anya and Thor on the left, so obviously a very strong setup. Then again, this is also something to look out for with the Infernal Blaze. Nice turn giving here from Don Quixote. Of course, Anastasia is permanently burn immune. She will never burn. Dual Destruction coming in. Washington already getting stunned. The stunning is definitely a nice feature here. And the Meteor Core is coming in as well. Don Quixote, now Thor with a Thunder Shield. Nice, nice. Disabling bolts coming in against Freya Anastasia. That is definitely helpful. Now Ruby is also disabled. Everything is pretty much disabled now on the right in terms of DPS. And the refortification here from Anya, the most important part of her skill set. Let's see how it's gonna go now. We have some get turns, but given the disables, they are not effective. And Missile Storm is coming in. Some get turns. War Frenzy activated here for Rookie. But still, this is not looking very, very good here. Meteor Call now coming in. Is it strong enough? It's strong enough to take out Anastasia at least. And now Light Bahamut comes in. Another get turn. Passionate Cleave, not effective yet. Meteor Lance, also not effective against Thor. Not at all, actually. That was terrible damage output here by Light Bahamut for Rookie. Meteor Lance, again, still terrible in terms of damage output. Not too much that is happening here. I thought it was going to be like Platoon 1 versus Platoon 1. It can be at there's a 1 in 3 chance. And center stage again refortified here for Deibaxi. It's looking better and better here for her to move on for Canada. Hammering Blade coming in. Freya getting the turn, but she's still disabled. And so the Passionate Cleave coming in, still not quite enough to take out Don Quixote. As long as Don Quixote is still standing, I guess it's okay. But now she's not anymore, and Light Bahamut goes down. New Freya is there in. Getting disabled again. Honestly, I think it's kind of wild that Thor can still use that skill if there's only 2 enemies left, because that is absolutely cooked. And there we go. Deibaxi takes this one and is gonna be victorious, moving on to the next round. Congratulations. And yeah, people saw that coming in terms of the bets. And she will face off Sombrix, who was our most recent tournament winner. He won the Carrot Cup number 3 and is now seed number 4. It's going to be Germany versus Canada in this next matchup. And now we will see True Malignancy versus Valdek. match number 5. It's not divisible by 3 or by 2, and that means we will see their platoon number 1s face each other first. It's Philippines versus Poland. Let's see what they have in store for us. We're gonna get that checked out. True Malignancy versus Waldek Chipek. True Malignancy, of course, already a tournament winner. Dupli Cup number 1. Let's see what he has in store for us. I can already tell you guys, it's some pretty wild teams. Let's see how they're gonna face off. And whoever wins will actually face my platoons next. So let's see how that goes. So I guess fingers crossed for the weaker one to to get to the next round. But no, I'm just kidding. Let's see who can take it here between True Malignancy and Waldek Chipek. Gonna start the bets and gonna start the battle. All right, what do we have here? As Platoon 1s, some pretty wild stuff, I would say. True Malignancy here with the Kenshin, Musha, Anya, Revenant King Arthur build. Interesting stuff. And Angel Gene in reinforcements. One of the oldest units we saw so far. Then again, we saw Akatsuki already, so nobody will be older than that. Waldek Chipek, on the other hand, with an interesting one. Yamato in front. We have Daki Biki here. Good thing that there is nobody pushing back, because there's a lot of non-immovable units here on the right. And Modern Almina also in the reinforcements. Toxic Rain coming in. So let's see. Kenshin now with the Toxic Burst. It's enough to take out Daki Biki right before she gets the turn. This is already looking very, very nice for True Malignancy, at least at the start here, with Modern Almina clones coming in. And Elemental Cure now. Let's see, Linked Edge, Valkyrie Reset, definitely a unit that can potentially turn things around. As we can see her take out Knight Musha here. Royal Blizzard coming in as well, and now a Cold Degree, but now the Hypnosis will be on. And this could be dangerous because Frostburn will be purified for Kenshin. And that is because of the Anya combination that Kenshin here is absolutely strong. Kenshin getting another turn. At least there's no poisoned units, but still the Unstable Blade already powerful enough. It looks like Kenshin is gonna take this for True Malignancy. Poison waves coming in even to add insult to injury, but nobody gets poisoned. But the Unstable Blade is already strong enough. Valkyrie Reset on its own, on her own, is not gonna do anything, especially considering Rashomon is coming in, and especially considering that she was still hypnotized. And Waldek Chipek has to go higher now in the next fight. Platoon 1 versus Platoon 1. True Malignancy takes for the Philippines, and Poland has to strike back in the next one. Let's see how that's gonna go for both of these players. We have not a surprise winner according to the bets, but let's see how it's gonna be in the next one. The bets are already open again, and we have platoon number 3 for True Malignancy versus Waldek's platoon number 2, which is a Frostburn burn platoon versus, well, for Waldek Chipek. And on the left we have a wild mix here between Earth and Dark units. Most of them pretty old except for Kintaro. Actually, Zoro is there as well. So the only 2026 unit is Kintaro, and all the other ones pretty old here. On the right, on the other hand, we also have some older units. The only new Freya is actually... What the fuck? Only new Freya here is from 2026, so we have 2 pretty old teams here on this field, and Passionate Cleave is already... well, Freya is already having some fun here. As you can see, Meteor Call taking out everything. Freya on her own, already enough against all these older units potentially. Scalebreaker coming in, Zoro getting stunned, getting Passionate Cleaved. And yeah, that's definitely a clear victory here for Waldek. And as such, wow, the bets didn't even close yet. But yeah, everybody saw that one coming with Freya on that team. One-shotted Yamato illegal. Rico Yuno losing his mind here in the chat. Well, now is the time to come back here. It's 1-1. True Malignancy versus Waldek Chipek. The deciding battle is ahead of us. Let's see what they cooked up with their final platoons and if they can take it to the next round. Alright, True Malignancy here with the new Snow White Storm Sheen build. Beauty and Beast there as well. Thor, like to see that. Thor actually on both sides, so that is strong. Dark Musashi is there. Waldeck Chupik with an insane Platoon 3, I have to say. Not sure if that's really the third strongest, but yeah, let's see. Iconic Anya here, and Thor is there as well. Dark Musashi is there. Washington also quite strong, so Waldeck saving his best for last potentially. But yeah, Storm Sheen is there as well. Let's see what she can do. She can stun Washington, so that's nice. Then again, Washington was already disabled, so wouldn't be able to do much anyways. Thor is disabled here as well for True Malignancy. The one on the right is not, however, so the disabling bolts hit again. Beauty and Beast cannot do anything here. Not sure what exactly the game plan is here for True Malignancy. Probably for New Snow White to get everything up and running in terms of the Fateful Snow. And then hopefully getting the instant kills before the other team gets the instant kills. Then again, instant death ward already triggered for for Beauty and Beast, and also for New Snow White, who gets the turn, so that is nice. Fateful Snow, always like to see it. Absolute slaughter now. Storm Sheen going down without summoning Storm Michaela, and we have Aegis in reinforcements because there is an imposter, and the instant death wards, or rather the permanent instant death immunity from New Snow White is absolutely helping here against Dark Musashi. Dark Musashi is still trying though, but just triggering Fateful Snow again and again, so I'm not sure who is gonna take this one yet. Dark Musashi with the Oni Claws though now against New Snow White. I think New Snow White was the win condition here because Thor is also going down. Waldeck is starting to steamroll here. And Missile Storm is coming in. It's just Beauty and Beast and Aegis now, and a lot of Moris. Then again, I feel like there's still one more unit in the reinforcements. I'm not sure if I can recall correctly here for True Malignancy. But yeah, it's not looking all that great. Then again, we could see what Aegis can do on herself. She did some crazy stuff. Then again, as I say this, of course, she immediately goes down to the Thundering Wrath. She could be summoned again, but not by Moris going down. And there is still Earth Dark Volosha, so let's see. Stars of Victory now coming in. Compounding Shot. Now Earth Dark Volosha enters the field, gives the turn to Beauty and Beast, and also some of these Moris. But Lethal Poison already applied to all of them, so at least the floor is kind of set. Then again, Earth Dark Volosha being pushed back. And Poisonous Axe taking out... No, not taking out Dark Musashi, who's still immune to the Lethal Poison at this point. My goodness. Through the Crazy Jinxer as here once again. Yes, absolutely. Oni Claws now coming in. I'm very afraid now for this team on the left for True Malignancy, and Beauty is disabled. That is rather unfortunate. Oni Claws against Earth Dark Volosha. At least Aegis is there, but she's probably not gonna be strong enough. At least she gets the turn, so let's see what she can do with that. She can do it! She can! She does the Beastly Uppercut against none other than Dark Musashi, who has been carrying Waldeck's team so far, so it's not over until it's over. This is probably the most insane battle of today, so already quite crazy going here. Beastly Uppercut coming in against Washington. Aegis tried it, but Thor is still there, and now the Disable comes in against Aegis, who is also disabled besides Beauty. Everything is disabled. Thundering Wrath. Thor is carrying Waldeck here, and now there's no chance for Aegis to be summoned again, except, well, actually, if Beauty does get a kill, then she would summon again, but the Thundering Wrath is just broken. My goodness. Thor is absolutely showing why she is one of the top 2 units in the meta right now, and Waldeck takes this one in an epic fight. Congratulations to Waldeck. GG to Riku Yuno with an interesting battle right there, but that was quite sick. Probably the best battle of today. Awesome stuff. And yeah, let me see. Actually, that was also very even, or the most even bets so far. 50-50 here, the betters. And ultimately it is Waldeck taking this one. So let's see. So that means Waldeck will be my opponent in round number 2. Let's see how it goes there. And Waldeck ultimately turning it around here against True Malignancy, being down 0-1, and moving on to the round number 2. We will see the lower side of the bracket next. 5 more battles remaining in round number 1. Glad to have you all with me. We have 28 viewers right now, which is awesome because that's my favorite number. Wouldn't want to have any more anyways. And of course not any less as well. Rico Yono always provides on hype matches, absolutely. Let's see how it goes. Please don't immediately lose for me, Natsume is saying. Focalors is not here. Well, that's unfortunate, but maybe Rain is here. I'm also not sure. Let's see. It's China versus India, one of our classics, I would say, in these Evertale tournaments. China, India, always some good matchups, as are usually China versus Germany. Although today China versus Germany seems unlikely to happen. The best chance for that was Debuxy versus Rookie. But let's see. It's too early to call. But now we will find out who's going to be the challenger of Abdo in round number 2. The previous tournament champion of Platoon was number 3. So let's see. China versus India is up next. We have Rain versus Focalors. Gonna start the bets and start the fight. So let's see. It's Platoon 3 versus Platoon 3. Rain versus Focalors. Rain having New Snow White, Kintaro, Beauty and Beast here on the left, and also the strongest full guard in the game still after all this time. Anya, well, Don Quixote is also good. Then we have Focalors on the right with an interesting one. A bit of a blast from the past. It feels like a January team here with Momotaro, Valkyrie Reset, Anya and Perry. So that's gonna be interesting. Linux is happy to see some sleep teams. And Anya is going down here for Focalors. It was a new Anya versus new Anya fight up until that point. But now heavy swings coming in. Ooh, and that is actually nice here, because the summoned Moris are still getting the kills here for Kintaro, and she's gonna golden will her way all the way to the bank, because she's gonna kill all these Moris. She's gonna collect those wins. The golden wills are coming in, but not doing all that much. Both sides actually right now at 10 spirit, but now Modern Almina is in the field. Can she stand the ground though? No, Perry is going down. Kintaro is absolutely sick in this battle. Heavy swing coming in, but instant death ward protects Momotaro once, but only once, because now she goes down again and Kintaro is on an absolutely rampage. My goodness, China is going crazy here against the Indian player, and Valkyrie Reset going down. Kintaro is doing that all by herself. Everybody is asleep on her team, doing nothing. I'm not even sure if New Snow White did anything in this fight. This was absolutely wild. Kintaro taking this one with a lot of heavy swings, literally. But yeah, that was a wild battle. I don't know. I don't know when, like, that felt like Dark Musashi after her release or something like that. So that was sick. But yeah, that means 1-0 for Rain, but Focalors, of course, can still come back in the next fight. And this one went for Rain. And we're gonna go straight into the next fight. It's gonna be the Platoon 1 of Focalors on the right. And that one features Thor, Anya and Kenshin, and also interestingly Night Misha here. And on the left, Rain war with a Burn Dark Musashi team with Washington as well. Modern Almina there in the reinforcements, but of course Thor and Anya combo on the right here for Focalors. Extremely strong. I'm still not sure why. I'm not that happy with reinforcements for New Snow White. I think switching Austrian Misha and oh sorry, now I called her Austrian Misha. Switching Night Misha and Snow White here would be better for Focalors. Then again, so far it's going all right. Then again, New Freya is getting the turn. And Linux is saying, no true Kintaro becoming Dark Musashi on release is no sick. It's a nightmare. Well, she's not becoming that though, right? There's plenty of counters against Kintaro. Then again, sometimes, like we just saw in the earlier battle, pops off. True doesn't know Pocket and is repulsed. No, I really don't. I don't get why you wouldn't want to have the Moris summoned and instead have them summoned on the team on the other side. But yeah, let's see. Interesting, we have some mixed betting again, so that is nice. not a clear favorite in this matchup so far. Rain versus Focalors. We have New Snow White already on the field because Austrian Misha. Why am I calling her Austrian Misha again? Because the Night Misha, of course, is not the best pick. I don't think she's even in the top 30 at this point. Yes, some people were complaining that she's too low of a tier in my tier list, but I don't know what to tell you guys. The data says what the data says. She's really not... She's really just not good. But yeah, Kenjin now there, finally with the Hypnosis, finally gets triggered. Now Poison Waves are coming in. Holy moly, that's some insane damage. Washington is already going down. New Freya is disabled. Kenjin time. It's Kenjin time. That's... I don't know why. That reminds me of that meme about it's Morbin time. Now it's Kenjin time. I see NSW and assume New South Wales. That's nice. Oh my goodness, Rain is getting wrecked here by Kenjin. Yeah, and the only remaining hope is Modern Elmina, who is disabled. Meanwhile, a center stage is coming in. This battle is definitely over, and Focalors still has a chance to stay alive in this competition. It is 1-1 now, yeah, the right takes this one. And let's see. 6 Snow Whites in the game and you call her New Snow White. That's literally her name, like her code name, if you look into the code of the game. But yeah, we can also call her Maiden Snow White. It's really, both of them are fine. BWSW sounds like some NSFW kind of abbreviation. Alright, we are going to go to a decider here. Let's see who can take it. Is it gonna be Rain for China or is it gonna be Focalors for India? Dark Snow 2. No, I don't like the numbers. How will new players know the order of anything? But yeah, Focalors is there with a Frostburn Burn team versus Rain's Platoon number 1, which features Thor and Anya and Kenjin, of course, and Valkyrie Reset is there as well. Venus in reinforcement, which probably is something for Linux to celebrate. Yeah, let's see. Toxic Bursts coming in. Washington survives, but the same is not true for another team member. Anastasia is now coming in with a Royal Blizzard, so that is nice. Kenjin falling asleep, but the fortification is just so strong. Everybody wakes up again. Stun now coming in on Kenjin, but new Freya is still alive. So Freya, definitely the hope here for Focalors, but Kenjin survives this one, and now the Hypnosis is on. It's Kenjin time again. Can she win this one for Rain? It's just 3 units remaining, but Anya and Kenjin on their own is already such a strong combo. And Infernal Blaze is coming in. Kenjin time wasn't the best time, it feels. Then again, the fortifications are still alive, but Freya is a strong one, and Anastasia now gets the turn. Ooh, fighting Venus, that was a bad choice. Goddess Charm is now coming in. We haven't seen that one yet today. And there's a lot of charming here going on. Anastasia going down. It's now a 3 versus 3 battle. Freya versus Kenjin, who can take this one? The newer units on the right, but then Washington goes down. Kenjin now against poisoned units and charmed units. Freya going down. Ruby on her own. She's super low HP. Focalors has to bow out of this competition. It is Rain who is gonna go further. He was the higher seed, he was the favorite, but still Chi to Focalors. She's also now a consistent participant, and I'm sure she will be back better. I think she, if I'm not mistaken, I think she took out Ultros in Platoon Wars 3. So some crazy stuff from her already. But let's see. Interesting fights for sure. And after the now already the 3rd one in a row where we have a 2 versus 1. All right. Destroyer versus Axalion. Now we have the very first time a Swiss player comes into this tournament, which you can also realize based on this rather smaller flag here. And Destroyer is, of course, a known name in this community. Philippines versus Switzerland. Let's see if Switzerland can stay alive in this competition. It's going to be seed 7 versus 26. It's the game number 7. And so that means, given that it's not divisible by 3 or 2, that their platoon 1s will fight each other first. Oh, I didn't pay the bets. Rain won that one. And we're gonna go straight over to the next fight, guys. No time to waste. We're still in round number 1. We have nearly 30 viewers right now, 29. Awesome to see. And Axalion here with an Anya, Kenjin, Thor, Anya team. And on the left, Anya, Thor, Kenjin, Snow White. So this is a bit close to a mirror matchup. I do prefer New Snow White over Anya. Let's see if that is gonna be enough for Destroyer, or if there's gonna be some fun shenanigans that are going to happen. Of course, Hypnosis will not work because it's Kenjin versus Kenjin. So there will be no Hypnosis in this one. And the Unstable Blade coming in, already hitting poisoned enemies, but now disabled because she's hitting Anya. Also one of the vulnerabilities of Kenjin, of course, also when she hits Thor potentially, as one of the first ones. Exo saying Destroyer of Kenjin is almost a guaranteed win. Definitely a very, very strong combination. Anya, as the new Anya, is definitely a weaker one here. Let's see what she can do for Axalion. Meanwhile, Disables coming in, but the Kenjin and Anya on the right are not disabled yet. Hammering Blade. New Snow White now with another Fateful Snow. Not enough yet to trigger any instant death words. Soul Fragment coming in. Thor is healing back up. More reinforcements here for both sides. That's a lot of spirit now on Axalion's team. Poison Waves coming in though. Disabling Bolts, that's sick, because now Kenjin cannot do anything here for Axalion. Dark Snow will carry Destroyer for sure, Ming is saying. Anya still holding so far, holding the line. Spirited Beat. Everybody gets purified. Thor is disabled on the left here as well. Poison Waves now coming in. Now another Fateful Snow potentially. And it's now trigger time. The 100% mark is reached and Anya already lost her instant death ward. And now we will see a Soul Fragment. Prismatic Voice, not enough. Spirit all over the place in this battle, and new Anya is going down. Moris are coming in. Poison Waves taking care of the Moris. Gonna be an Unstable Blade potentially. Oh, it doesn't even require. Thor is going down. It's not looking good for Axalion in this very first battle. Fateful Snow taking out the Mori, so that's lucky for Axalion at least. Still, is that enough? Anya gets disabled, so fortifications will not be reapplied. Blood Cycle now coming in. Time units reduced on the entire team. Unstable Blade against Dark Musashi. And Kenjin is taken out by the Fateful Snow. It's looking worse and worse here for Axalion as the Dark Reckoning is coming in. It's just Anya now, and Anya on her own. She's not a DPS. She just makes all her other teammates better. But in this mirror matchup, the better choice was Dark Snow White here. Of course, a bit unlucky to run into such a strong mirror here. But yeah, congratulations to Destroyer, but Axalion can still come back in this one. Let's see. Betting is open again, and we see Axalion's Platoon 2 on the right here with the Frostburn Burn team with Yamato in reinforcements, and meanwhile Destroyer with his Platoon number 3, which has Dark Musashi already being Frostburned, Beauty and Beast also being Frostburned, Night Wisher in reinforcements, Chopin is there as well, and new Anya, which was just on the team of Axalion's Platoon number 1. War Frenzy now coming in. New Freya is looking slick already with that War Frenzy. Might deal a lot of damage. Also, she will not be disabled by attacking Anya, which helps. Anya already close to dying, and then instant death words gets triggered from Bell. Aegis is there, deals back up, Is the Meteor Call enough now already? Oh my goodness, Meteor Call absolutely wrecking Anya here, is absolutely sick. Aegis is going down, Axalion is on the roll here. Misha is getting taken out, Axalion absolutely steamrolling now, but Beauty and Beast is still there. Aegis going down again. The damage output is just too freaking high. Budding gifts now. Can Beauty and Beast and Dark Musashi somehow turn this around? It is not looking likely. Passionate Cleave is coming in, and now Ruby will do whatever. It doesn't even matter all that much anymore. Dark Musashi will not get another turn here, and Axalion easily takes this to 1-1, and so now the decider will be on. And this was not even that clear apparently, because the bets are not that clear. Alright, let's see. Who's gonna take this one? Can the Swiss player stay alive in this competition? Or is it gonna be Destroyer for the Philippines, who now has pretty much a similar Platoon 2 as Axalion? Meanwhile, Washington on the right is already going down. And we have Beauty and Beast, Kintaro, and here we have now the Maiden Snow White. Let's see what she can do against Freya, who is already in a war frenzy. We already saw how dangerous that is. Kintaro going down, instant death ward being triggered for Maiden Snow White. Then again, she doesn't have instant death ward, she's just permanently instant death immune. So that was helpful. Meteor Call coming in. Oh my goodness, Aegis going down. Dark Lord Miller already going down. Now the get turns coming in, but Freya gets the turns first. It's just like Cthulhu at her best. Meteor Call now coming in. Another reinforcements coming in. Freya is there as well. Fateful Snow. All the get turns are not helping because Freya gets the turns first. Freya is absolutely cooked here. Absolutely insane stuff here from both Freyas. In the prior battle from Axalion, and now in this battle from Destroyer. Holy moly, my goodness, Freya is insane. Okay, well, that means, unfortunately, our Swiss player has to bow out of the competition, but had a very nice showing, especially in that second game. So hope to see them back again. Meanwhile, Destroyer, of course, with his number 7 seed, was a bit of a favorite. And let's see who's gonna fight him in round number 2. Is it gonna be Natsume from Indonesia, or is it gonna be Khaled from Saudi Arabia? That's gonna be the question up next. Let's see what they cooked up for us. It's gonna be rather interesting. Who's gonna make it into the round number 2? There's only one player for Indonesia and only one player for Saudi Arabia this time, so both of them are holding the fate of their nations in their hands. Let's see. We're gonna go straight to that battle. Oh. Okay, I didn't pay the bets, apologies, but we're gonna start bets again. And we will see Natsume's Platoon 2 versus Khaled's Platoon 2, and Natsume called his Platoon 2 Destroyer, just like we just saw. Maybe it can also win, just like Destroyer did in the previous battle. But Freya is already there, well, not in a war frenzy yet, so that's at least helpful for Natsume here. Valkyrie Reset is already going down to the Meteor Call though, and that means, oh well, that's nice. Fateful Snow, somehow New Snow White gets the turn first here, so that's good. Then again, that was just some summoning. Yamato with the gift turn. Missile Storm coming in. My goodness, only 3 left standing here. Void Push now. Freya with the get turn. Passionate Cleave. It's just Zeus remaining here for Natsume. Khaled is absolutely cooking in this one. And Abdo is cheering him on. Seems like this was not the Destroyer team Natsume hoped for. And it's only Morris left. Yep, that's a strong team here from Khaled on the right. Then again, of course, with Dark Musashi and Freya already being used, they are not available in his other teams. So let's see. But Khaled already with the nice in the chat. Freya is eating, Natsume confirms. And yep, that is already the first fight. That goes Khaled's way, but now Natsume can still come back. The bets are open again. And Khaled is loading for quite a while here. Natsume with a... Oh shit. Well. That's the team number 3 of Natsume versus team number 1 from Kaylet. We're still gonna watch it, but even if Natsume loses this one, we will still watch the other one, because that should have been the team that fights. But yeah, Natsume with his Linux team versus Kaylet's number 1 team, which has Iconic Anya, Kenjin and Thor. That is looking very, very spicy, unfortunately. That is rough. So I'm not sure. Kaylet. Natsume still needs to win this one, even though the platoon numbers have been turned around. Venus is there to do something. Rage wards are there as well. Well, maybe some Kintaro spam could help if she's not disabled. That's the problem. Her not having any disable immunity. Unstable Blade, not doing all that much yet. The disabling bolts are though. Thor is insane here in this setup. Kenjin now with the poison waves. Unstable Blade still attacking non-poisoned enemies, so that's fine. And Venus is just healing back up. So the RNG so far okay for Natsume. Then again, the disabling is just crazy. And the Thundering Wrath, again and again we see this take a lot of great damage. But now Aegis is there. Not enough to take on Thor though. Everybody is disabled here on the left for Natsume. It's not looking great for the Linux team. Aegis is healing back up still. Unstable Blade. Still Kenjin on the right is not hitting poisoned enemies enough to get a lot of damage output. But Zeus is getting damage output here against the Night Misha. Some confused for Austrian Misha. And Modern Elmina is already going down. Another Aegis is coming into the field. Beauty is still disabled. Poison waves. Toxic burst. Now this time Kenjin is there. Beauty and Beast still disabled. That is a rough watch. Apologies again for the wrong order here, but let's see if Natsume at least can take one victory here against Kaylet. Not in this fight though. And let's check it out. What was the platoon number 1 here for Natsume? It's an Anya, Thor, Freya, Kenjin team. Possibly the strongest combination of 4 units right now. And yeah. I like these bathroom breaks matches, it's fine. Yeah, unfortunately this one will not have any meaning except for getting that win for Natsume. Potentially. Then again, let's see if Kaylet cooked something here that can take it all the way. Dark Lord Miller, of course, older unit here. And again with Maidens in that. Am I missing something? I really think she should be in front. Ooh, okay, Kenjin, pretty low, degrading slice, nearly taking her out there, considering that Dark Lord Miller has only execute skills. But now the hypnosis is there. Stealth shields are protecting. Unstable Blade not doing all that much. Yeah, I also don't understand. A lot of people had Maiden Snow White here on entry so far. Which, yeah, doesn't make a lot of sense for me. Linux is just saying ball knowledge required for pocket Snow White, but that's still not an explanation. Meteor Call now. Toxic Burst, of course, taking out some Musha and Dark Lord Miller now. New Snow White enters, I'm not sure if she's even gonna get a turn. Meteor Call not taking out Revenant King Arthur yet, but her being disabled is a bit of a problem here. center stage. Ooh. Toxic Burst. Valkyrie Reset is down. New Snow White still far from her first turn. Meanwhile, everybody is dead. And Kenjin might take her. With an unstable blade, yeah. I don't know the ball knowledge required to understand that, but I do know that Kaled, despite this loss, is going to the next round. Congratulations to Saudi Arabian, to the Saudi Arabian player. And Natsume has to bow out, unfortunately, for Indonesia. It's gonna be Kaled versus Destroyer next, and we will see that in round number 2. But first we have to go to the lowest quarter of the bracket. Let's see what is gonna be there. And we're gonna go straight into it. Linux is saying New Snow White likes dying when she's in the start because her survivability sucks ass. She has permanent instant death immunity, man. Placing her on the back means she has a chance to do something, but she goes in without any Moris. That's not how it works. I agree with Exo on this one. But yeah, let's see how it goes. I mean, we have New Snow White in front now, which at least means she has some Moris in the back. It's gonna be Platoon 3 versus Platoon 3 from Anime Tuber versus Nagi the Rizzler. It is Ruby Musa versus Eva Eater. Let's see who eats who here. But Kenjin is already going down, and that's actually insane that Kenjin went down here, honestly. I don't quite understand that. But New Snow White goes down as well, so I guess point to Linux here. While Nagi the Rizzler's Eva Eater team is looking really bad right now. Is there anything? Well, there is still Night Risha left, I guess. But honestly, I'm not quite sure how Dark Musashi took that one. The armor must have already been gone here for Kenjin to be taken out so easily. Seems like the fortification was gone there already. And yeah, that means Anime Tuber takes this one for India. The Cambodian player Nagi the Rizzler is still having a chance to come back, of course, in the next one. But yeah, that is seed number 1 right there for a reason. Seed number, well, higher seed for Anime Tuber, so he is the favorite in this matchup. Let's see. We're gonna go straight to the next one. Oh, nobody got it right this time. Interesting. And here we go. Anti-Burn versus Speedy here. It's India versus Cambodia 1. And Lucifer is there on the team for Nagi the Rizzler. And on the left we also see Momotaro in reinforcements. But yeah, Lucifer definitely the oldest unit of the bunch here, and also Yamato in reinforcements. This is supposedly Nagi the Rizzler's strongest platoon here. Anti-Burn, the Missile Storm coming in, a lot of Frost Burning, Royal Blizzard, even more Frost Burning, Blizzard Slash now versus Parry. Imposter being created. Lucifer actually getting a turn. Let's see what she can do. She can do Binding Flames, which do nothing in this scenario. Flame Sweep taking out the Imposter. And Momotaro with the flashy entrance now. Stunning also happening. Disabling Strike also looking good here for Zeus. Anastasia versus Anastasia now. But Washington is there for Nagi the Rizzler as well. Momo will carry because now the imposter spam is starting. Not enough immovable units here. But Lucifer still lucky here not to be pushed back. Instead falls asleep. Inescapable Love coming in. Not effective against Washington. And now a God Storm. Wow. And yeah, now at over 400 time units. Elemental Q coming in for Anime Tuber. And Valkyrie Reset is doing something here against Nagi the Rizzler's team. Nagi the Rizzler will hate to see it because he's a huge fan of Valkyrie Reset, but it seems like Anime Tuber is getting carried here from her. And it's only Zeus right now on the team standing for Nagi the Rizzler. All others are imposters. There is Anastasia still in the reinforcements, but it's looking very good now for AnimeTuber, who takes out another one. And now it's, well, there's still Yamato, I guess, and the Royal Blizzard comes in straight away, so that helps. Everybody is frostburnt now. Momotaro barely surviving, but she does. And that could have been the key, I guess, taking out at least one here. Well, the frostburn is still there. Linked Edge. Valkyrie reset, that damage output could be crazy now. Taking out Yamato a guard with high HP. Blizzard Slash is coming in. And Nagi the Rizzler is out of the competition. Cambodia is out. It's gonna be AnimeTuber for India with a 2-0 sweep. Congratulations and GG to Nagi the Rizzler. Alright, so AnimeTuber will have to fight Kuhaku in a pie battle next in the round 2. Seed number 3 versus seed number 14. And let's see how it's gonna go in the next fight. It's gonna be not Leo second, also somebody who already won a tournament. Currently seed number 6 based on the world rankings. Currently here at number 7. And he's gonna face the new player from Vietnam who nobody knows yet. And we already had a new player from Vietnam show up and immediately take all the tournaments by storm. And that was Kuhaku. Let's see how it goes for Chua Te Vibu against not Leo second. All right. Let's see. Everything is ready. It's gonna be Platoon 2 versus Platoon 2 here for not Leo second and Chua Te Vibu. It's gonna be China versus Vietnam. And we are going straight into it. Let's see what they cooked up for us. Let's see what they brought to the battlefields. On the left, we have a Dark Musashi Snow White team. And on the right, we have a Burn team. Anastasia already nearly taking out Washington, but just barely, not enough damage. And the compounding shot coming in, disabling Washington straight away. Anya still kind of decent here against Washington, I suppose. There's a nice reduction coming in. Fateful Snow. The stacking starts for not Leo second. Chua Te Vibu is definitely a strong team here with Freya, but he is on a timer and the Frostburn doesn't help for that. Everybody losing their turn. And that means new Snow White will get another Fateful Snow in. Missile Storm coming in, but alright. War Frenzy now for Freya. That is dangerous for sure. Dark Musashi now. Instant Death Ward is triggered. Of course, everybody on that team has that thanks to Ruby, but they all get triggered now. That is not looking good. One of them will definitely go down now. It's gonna be Anastasia for some reason. He attacks the deep sleeping unit instead of taking out Freya. That was a bit of an odd choice, but fine. Meteor Call is not hitting as well. The evasive stance here still helping for Dark Musashi. And now Maiden Snow White is looking good. Starting to look good, I guess. Then again, Soul Fragment coming in. New Anya. Everyone hates water. Well, not everyone, I guess. But yeah, modular shot now. Passionate Cleave. Well, Freya can now take out Washington and Anya. Instant death immunity here, saving Maiden Snow White, and another Fateful Snow coming in, but still not enough to take it. And now the reinforcements help, but but New Snow White gets the turn here. Blood Cycle now coming in, more reinforcements. Valkyrie reset will enter the field, but the damage output is insane right now from Freya. And Dark Musashi gets stunned, but the turn is coming in for New Snow White. Fateful Snow now, and another instant death ward here helpfully for Freya, keeping her alive. Dark Reckoning now! And this is a Dark Reckoning indeed! Not Leo second is now in the driver's seat. It doesn't look like Chua Te Vibu can come back in this battle. He might need to come back in a later one. It is best of 3 after all, but this is looking now very, very good for not Leo second, and the Fateful Snow is already strong. Of course, now the Moris are there, so most likely hitting one of those, yes. But there's just not all that much going on anymore. Dark Snow White, definitely one of the strongest units in the game right now. And Void Push is coming in as well. Dark Musashi also showing in this battle. why she's still great against any team without new Anya, despite Harmonic Anya, despite some people claiming there's a bunch of counters to her. It's really all down to Anya in my opinion, but there's still Kronos in reinforcements for Chua Tevibu, who comes in with a lot of cards. Cerulean Blade, that is absolutely slick here. Fateful Snow. And that is a Dark Reckoning indeed. Not Leo second taking this one, but Chua Tevibu can still come back. Let's see. There are a bunch of counters to Dark Musa. Well, let's see them in this battle. I see Dark Musashi doing great in this tournament, as long as it's not against Anya platoons. Everything else is going well here for her. So, congratulations to Not Leo second, a 50-50 in terms of bets here. And we are going to go straight to the next fight. It is going to be Platoon 3 for Not Leo second versus Chua Tevibu's Platoon number 1, and you can see it already here. We have Anya, we have Thor, we have Maiden Snow White, we have Washington. Super strong lineup. Then again, Not Leo second with a also a pretty decent one for a Platoon 3, I would say. Thor is there as well, so it's Thor versus Thor, and it's Freya in his Platoon 3 as well. So it is quite a strong Platoon 3, I would say. Not Leo second definitely cooking in this tournament. Natsume saying, should I root for Linux or Destroyer? Well, right now you should decide if you root for Not Leo second or Chua Tevibu. Then we have some Infernal Blaze. Oh, there's some Dark Musashi beef here in the comments between Linux and Apto. Meteor Call is coming in. Roaring Ignition. Everybody kind of stunning in there. Dual Destruction, not enough to take out Thor, but Thor is getting stunned. And the Passionate Cleave is there as well. Washington now pretty low. Meteor Call will take out Washington. Washington washed? That's the question here. Natsume right now rooting Not Leo second, and it is looking good for Not Leo second. Chua Tevibu, our newcomer, is struggling here against the Freya onslaught that Not Leo second brings to the show here, especially now with the War Frenzy. And the get turns just don't work. That is unfortunate. Now New Snow White is going down. That was probably the last hope here for Chua Tevibu. Meteor Call taking out both Modern Alminas. Ruby is now getting the turn. It's just Anya remaining. Ay. So Chua Tevibu unfortunately has to bow out of the competition, but it's just the first one, and against such an experienced player like Not Leo second, not only an experienced tournament player but also experienced Evertale player, because he's also playing, I think, since 2020 or so. He was definitely already on my EA1 server from the beginning, when that started in 2021. So yeah. Alright, Not Leo second taking this one. He had, I think so far not too much success in Platoon Wars, if I recall correctly. So let's see how far he can go, and let's see who is gonna face next. Is it gonna be a China versus China fight, or is it gonna be another China versus India battle? That's the decision now between Cetrius Peribus and CHSB. It's India versus China, and it is Platoon 1 versus Platoon 1. So we will see a very, very strong fight here from both sides potentially. And the bets are open, and we go straight into the battle. EA1 started in 2021. Well, yeah, before that there was only a global server. I don't think we have 100 yet, but kind of, I guess. Soul Fragment, Cetrius Peribus here with the Anya Thor team, but with Chopin and Maiden Snow White. CHSB with a different approach here, going with the classic Kenjin combo, and Valkyrie Reset is there to support as well. But yeah, Thor versus Thor, Anya versus Anya, things to be expected here from a Platoon versus Platoon 1 fight. And meanwhile, Anya goes down. This is already bad here. Bad news for Cetrius Peribus. At least Thor stays alive, because that's what that was looking like. She could go down as well. But now the Kenjin combo is looking strong. And Toxic Burst is taking out Thor. No, Thor is still alive somehow. I'm not sure how, but now. Yeah, now she's taken out, and now Kenshin coming in from reinforcements. Ooh, that's That's rough. She should have been there earlier, getting taken out by the enemy Kenjin here, and it's just Maiden Snow White who is disabled, who still needs to get up her damage, and that means CHSB is taking this one. Pocket Kenjin instead of Pocket New Snow White, massive blunder. Honestly, both of these I would consider blunders. But yeah, unfortunately, that means Cetrius Peribus is down, but fortunately for CHSB, who is taking the first one. Veterans might remember that CHSB was responsible for the longest Evertale battle ever, and we saw that live in the very first Platoon Wars, so that was fun. Versus Linux back then. So let's see how far he's gonna make it this time. We will see Cetrius Peribus' Platoon 2 versus the Platoon 3 of CHSB. Alright, there we go. Let's see what they have. Cetrius Peribus with a Dark Musa Burn Frostburn build, and on the right we have a Burn Frostburn build with Dark Musashi reinforcements. Actually interesting, and Cetrius Peribus again with a bit of an odd choice here, I would say, with new Freya and reinforcements. Not sure if I like this, but then again, who knows. The pushback was already there, so that is nice. Void push here for Dark Musashi, and there is no Anya to protect the side of CHSB here, so the instant death wards are already getting triggered. Freya luckily having enough HP here. Then again, her instant death ward also gets triggered. Missile Storm now coming in. Ruby getting the turn. Dual Destruction. Washington stays alive but gets stunned. Roaring Ignition now, and Anastasia gets the turn with the Royal Blizzard. That could be key here. Cold Decree. Freya getting the turn with the Meteor Call. That will take out both of these units for Cetrius Peribus. This is not great. And Passionate Cleave is coming in. CHSB is on a roll in this one. Meteor Call probably taking out her counterpart. And now it's just Dark Musashi standing, who is frostburned. This is not looking good for Cetrius Peribus. CHSP taking this one in a convincing fashion. GG to Cetrius Peribus, but CHSP really came here to play. And this means we will see a China versus China fight in round number 2. All the pairings are now already finished. Actually, people didn't see that one coming, interestingly. We only had bets for the left side. Interesting. But yeah, those are the results of the very first round. I hope you're enjoying Platoon Wars so far. We saw a lot of strong platoons, but the strongest one potentially of the top 5 seeds we are still yet to see. And let me quickly set everything up for that. We will see first up Altruis versus Linux. And that will be, given that it's divisible by 3, Platoon 3s versus Platoon 3s as a first fight. So that will be Thailand versus Spain in the very first battle. Then we will see seed number 8 versus seed number 9. It's going to be player 345 versus EXO Finland versus Lebanon. And that one will actually be Platoon 1 versus Platoon 1 fight at first. And then we will have Sombrix, our latest tournament winner from Germany, versus De Baxi, and that one will be Platoon 2 versus Platoon 2 fight. And then it will be my platoons in a Platoon 3 versus Platoon 3 fight versus Waldek from Poland. And if I recall correctly, his Platoon 3 is insanely strong. So yeah, that could be rough. Then we will see Abdo versus Rain in a Platoon 2 versus Platoon 2 fight. Next up will be Destroyers Platoon 1 versus Kalets Platoon 1. And then we will see Kuhaku for the first time today. And this one will be Platoon 3 versus Anime Tuber. It's gonna be Vietnam versus India in that one. And then the China versus China fight. 3 Chinese players still alive in this competition. The biggest nation in this tournament. This one will be another Platoon 1 versus Platoon 1 fight. Alright, everything is set up. Let me check if everything is ready to roll here. Points? I think they were paid. And are you still eating healthy snacks? Oh, that's a good point. Actually, I need to drink something. Let me drink something real quick. But yeah, I should maybe get some healthy snacks. But first, we will have the round number 2 coming in. I hope you are still curious what comes, because we will be seeing now what Altruis cooked up in this tournament. As a quick reminder, Altruis already won 3 different tournament formats, but the Platoon Wars is not one of them. Can he add that to his long title list? That is now up to Linux in the first place, but of course there's still a long way to go for Altruis, still needing to take 4 matchups for himself to get that. But first he needs to get past Linux, who did win in a convincing fashion 2-0 in round number 1. Let's see how it's gonna go. Thailand versus Spain is up first. We're gonna switch right over. And let's see what the Platoon 3s of these players give us. And Altruis with an interesting one. Yukata Ludmilla is there. First time we see her today. Also Knight Misha, Perry and Kenjin. A sharp note coming in here for Chopin. Disabling bolts against Yukata Ludmilla. I think Altruis won't mind that too much. Now Knight Misha getting a turn actually. Unusual. Nearly killing actually Thor here, but not quite enough. Broken Cord coming in. Linux with the Mamma Mia build, of course, and Yukata Ludmilla already goes down. Earth Dark Rolosha entering the field. Groundbreaker coming in against Thor and Chopin! What an insane thing here that Altruis cooked up! And let's see what Linux can do now with the Void Push, with Dark Musashi, who is Mega Poison, so that is a bit dangerous here. Then again, the Oni Claws are starting to come in. That's enough spirit to do an absolute slaughter here. Misha is going down, and now Kenjin is probably also going down. Yep, there we see it again. Dark Musashi against a non-Anya team is just a bit of a problem. And it is what it is. That was quite sick, taking out Thor here for Linux, but against Linux. But ultimately, Linux takes the first fight here, and Altruis is now on the back foot. Needs to win 2 more battles to stay alive in this competition. Platoon Wars has been a historic struggle, unlike the historic PvP tournaments for Altruis. Alright, let's see. Linux taking this one 1-0. Linux actually undefeated so far in this tournament, now up 3-0. And actually, Bats saw that coming, so that's nice. Let's see. It's gonna be Altruis Platoon number 1 now versus Platoon 2 of Linux. I think we didn't see Platoon 2 of Linux yet, but maybe. No, I don't think we've seen it. We saw his Platoon 1 and 3 so far, so let's see what is coming. It's gonna be Platoon 1 here for Altruis versus Linux Burnslop. Bets are open, the battle is there. And yeah, Linux already saw it coming. It's Thor and Iconic Anya here on the team for Altruis on the left, and it's Maiden Snow White in front, like I like to see it. And Zeus is there as well, interesting combination here for sure. Blood Cycle already coming in. Time unit reduction are helpful. Burn Slop here from Linnok on the other side. Definitely very burn and Frostburn focused. Let's see if Freya can do something here again. We already saw her quite decently aggressive here in her way of dealing a lot of damage once her War Frenzy is unlocked. The Meteor Call doesn't hit though. And Dual Destruction is also not destructive enough against the fortification. So far Linnok is struggling, but nothing bad has happened yet. Ruby getting another turn with a Combo Blaze. Not getting disabled, so another Roaring Ignition is coming in. And then maybe a Dragon Prism, yeah, why not? And now a get turn for Light Bahamut, who is disabled. And it's looking better and better here for Ultros with his first platoon against Linnok's Burn Slop. Let's see. Disabling Strike now. That one is actually disabling Freya. Despite her unlocking the War Frenzy, she will not be able to do something with it yet. And center stage is essential. Now Maiden Snow White is getting another turn. We will see Fateful Snow here from her. And already it's triggering. Ruby was low HP, so Instant Death Ward is gone now for Ruby. Combo Blaze coming in though. Dual Destruction, not enough. The fortification and the armor, everything is just stacking so much. Dual Destruction, still not enough. She gets all the turns, but what can she do with it, Ruby here? And Disable is still active on Freya, who cannot do much here. Oblivion Blast, also not quite Obliviation here from Zeus. So Zeus not doing much in this battle yet. And now the time unit reduction could be key here. Freya actually getting the turn, but the time unit order is stacked, as you can see in the reinforcement in the timeline here on the downside. But now Fateful Snow and okay, Instant Death Ward from Light Bahamut gets triggered first. Disabling Ball, that is key against Freya here. Damn. Blood Cycle now coming in for more reinforcements, and there's still Beauty and the Beast, who is now entering for Ultros. Meteor Coldar, and that one is taking out Anya actually, an instant death, but not an instant death against Fateful Snow. Ruby is going down, but Freya is still alive. Passionate Cleave coming in, but now Maiden Snow White is getting another turn. Dark Reckoning against Light Bahamut. It's not against Freya though, so the chances are still there. And now Anastasia will get the turn. Royal Blizzard is looking good for Linnok right now. Blizzard Slash is not enough because the fortification is still there, but there is nobody to refresh the fortification once it's gone. Inferno Blaze is coming in hot. Freya now with the Tides of Fall taking it. Holy moly, Ultros is already out of the competition. Again, Linnok is now 4-0 with his crazy builds here. Holy moly, it is crazy, but it is happening. Ultros has been defeated again. His one weakness remains Platoon Wars, and Linnok is going through technically now as the #1 seed in terms of going all the way to the finals. So yeah, let's see how much deeper the Spanish player can go. He will have to face one of the next players between Finland and Lebanon. But yeah, GG's to Ultros, our GOAT of course in any other tournament. But yeah, this tournament, he's gonna let somebody else win, I suppose. It's Finland versus Lebanon next between Player 345 and EXO. Player 345 cooked up some very nice elemental platoons as we saw before, and EXO cooked up something absolutely crazy. Also undefeated in this tournament so far. Let's see if we have a run of EXO as well with an undefeated run, or if Player 345 can take it to him, can take the fight to him. Alright. We will see their platoon ones first. And nice from Ultros here. GG Linnok in the chat, and oh my god, okay, so apparently the first loss was also a 0-2. So no win yet for Ultros in Platoon Wars, which is absolutely crazy if you look at his track record ever since he joined in November 2025. Linux winning Platoon Wars already here as a pick from Natsume. And player 345 is betting on his own team here in this Platoon 1 versus Platoon 1 fight, but oh my goodness! Iconic Anya is already going down. It's not looking good for this light team for player 345. EXO definitely with the stronger lineup here combination. Iconic Anya, Thor, Kenshin, Maiden Snow White is definitely a Platoon 1 worthy of its name. Player 345 might have restricted himself a little bit too much with that pure elemental approach. So yeah, this one is definitely going to EXO at first. Player 345 think ban Kenshin. Well, I mean, I guess it's more about banning, well, yeah, in this case, well, if you ban Iconic Anya, then you don't need to ban Kenshin, I guess. But yeah, this one was a win for EXO straight away. Now 3-0 in the tournament, and player 345 needs to come back in the next fight, which will be between his Platoon 2 versus EXO's Platoon 3. Can the Finnish player stay alive in this competition, or is EXO going deeper? That's what we're gonna find out. Oh, nobody saw that coming, actually. Interesting. And we're gonna go straight into the fight. Okay, EXO here on the right with a Dark Musashi, Frostburn stun build. And on the left we have player 345 with a Earth build, which... oof, that's rough. Then again, instant death ward's getting triggered, but yeah, without Iconic Anya, Dark Musashi is looking strong again. Instant death ward from Kintaro is now gone, but here comes the budding gifts. Disabling strike against Kintaro. Kintaro will not be able to do anything here. And Bell of the Ball though, nope, Bell of the Ball is busted. Dark Musashi still stays alive. Scale breakup. The Kintaro getting the turn, but still losing it anyways. Now burning, that is not ideal for these Earth units on the left. At least there's no Freya here for EXO on the team. But there is Zero Spirit. Budding gifts now coming in. Absolute slaughter. Oh my goodness, Kintaro stays alive somehow, but Beauty does not, and Kintaro will follow, I am afraid. Aegis is still there in reinforcements, but again we see what Dark Musashi can do against any team that doesn't have new Anya. Undying Blossom though, so that is nice. We have Beauty and Beast revival, and immediately, no, not quite immediately going down in flames. Briar Brush! Oh, that is nice. Zeus at least going down, but Siegfried staying alive and Dark Musashi staying alive is actually an issue. Now, Dark Musashi actually falling into a cursed sleep. And Linux is saying, dude, I'm dyslexic or something. Why did I write left when I wanted to vote for right? Well, I mean, maybe it works for you. It's not over yet for player 345, but the pure Earth team in this current meta is definitely something rough. Then again, we have budding gifts coming in. And Bell of the Ball, still not enough to defeat Musashi. But now it is. Dark Musashi goes down. Player 345 might just stay alive in this competition. Honestly, I would have never expected that with this Earth team. But it looks like EXO might get the first loss here in this tournament run. And yeah, Aegis and Beauty are doing it. That's kind of wild, honestly. Honestly, this was... I didn't expect this battle to go this way, but congratulations to player 345 who takes the first win of EXO, and that means we will have a deciding battle. It is 1-1 between the Finnish player and the Lebanon player, and how do you say that, by the way? Is it Lebanon-ish? Like EXO, maybe you can tell me how that works. But yeah, that was kind of wild. An Earth team winning wasn't on my bingo card today. But that's already the second time, I think? I don't know. Well, I think it lost in the first round for player 345, but I'm not sure. Anyways, now we have the decider, and this one is the pure Storm team of player 345 here. We see some nice old units, Nike, Kronos, New Anya, and on the right here, pretty strong lineup from EXO with Frostburn Burn team. Freya is there, and the Meteor Call already taking out New Anya, and Nike is there. Oh my god, and it also defeated the other Storm unit, and Kronos is also going down. My goodness, this is looking very good for EXO now. Person from Lebanon? No, I'm talking like I'm looking for an adjective. Dual destruction is coming in. FI means Finland and LB means Lebanon. But yeah, player 345 with dropping the GG in the chat. It's not looking good. Nika even getting stunned. Thor going down. The goddess of victory might not have a victory today. Getting stunned into oblivion and now getting dragon prisoned. Well, this is a W for EXO, but player 345 with a very unexpected win, honestly, considering his purely elemental approach. I'm very impressed by those teams. Alright, so that means we will have Linux versus EXO in round number 3, or rather the quarterfinals. And actually, let me sit down real quick. I'm standing for 2 hours, wow. Okay, actually maybe I should keep standing because it's gonna be my turn soon, so I might get very agitated. Okay, so we're going up again. Anyways, Sombrix versus Debaxi is up next, the only German player against the only Canadian player in this tournament. Sombrix, our prior tournament winner, doesn't need any further introduction. And let's see who's gonna take this one. Okay, there were no bets in the last battle, so I'm not sure if we still need the bets. Let me know in the comments. But I'm gonna open them again for this fight. It's gonna be Sombrix versus Debaxi, and we have it here on the screen right now. It is a Frostburn team for Sombrix versus a mixed team, I guess, also kind of Frostburny, but more hybrid for Debaxi. And the start so far is looking good for Sombrix. Freya, in terms of true power, I think the left team is having an advantage here. But let's see how it goes. Meteor Call coming in. Roaring Ignition. Still a while until Debaxi will see another turn, and Dark Musashi goes down. That is rather unfortunate. She could have done a lot here against the non-Anya team. Meteor Call now. Wow. Sombrix is on a roll here at the beginning. Absolutely destructing, taking apart here Debaxi, who already won in the very first round. But Sombrix came to play again after the last tournament. And if you think back, the first time somebody won a second tournament, it was Altruis. And the only time actually. But he was also winning those back to back, so he went and took both the wins in November and December, and Sombrix is now trying to do the same here for April and May. Let's see if he can do it. It is 1-0 for him, and so Debaxi will have to come back in the next fight with her platoon number 1. Let's see. Sombrix's platoon 3 here will sleep Frostburn approach, and Debaxi here with Thor, Anya, Freya and Washington. Definitely a strong combination. And now the Frostburn is there. Sharp note. Thunder Shields coming in. Broken Court. Oh my god, we're dropping a lot of viewers. Maybe it's not engaging enough. Maybe I need to flip out a little bit in the upcoming fight with my teams. But let's see. Passionate Cleave. Meteor Call now coming in. Still not enough damage here against Sombrix. And yeah, Iconic Anya and Thor is something to be expected in the Platoon 1. Missile Storm coming in. A lot of disabling, a lot of frost burning here on Sombrix's team. But they are all still standing. Chopper without any melodies yet though. Disabling bolts coming in again. Chopper getting the turn, so at least the inspiring song comes in. But everybody is disabled, so the get turn is not very effective to say the least. Leo RTX in the chat saying, let's see. Hammering Blade coming in. Passionate Cleave. Now another Meteor Call. Is it enough damage now? It is to take out Anya. And in the same way take out Anastasia. Freya is really, really strong. Sharp Note. At least there's one melody now. And the Tides of War actually. Nice to see that one as well sometimes. Compounding Shot. Chopin with the Grand Finale, but yeah, with Anya's Fortification this doesn't do anything. Not even really any scratch. Instead, the Meteor Call takes out Yamato. Cold Decree, so not even a Royal Blizzard here from Sombrix's Anastasia. And now Stars of Victory, but Chopin gets the turn first. What will she do with it? Inspiring Thor song, but Cold Decree, well, yeah, that's just not enough in this meta right now, but it is the third platoon of Sombrix, so Debaxi is to be favored in this one. And this is clearly visible right now on the screen. Passionate Cleave. And here we go. It is 1-1, so there is still a chance for Debaxi to stay alive in this competition. Let's see how it's gonna go. It's now gonna be Platoon 1 for Sombrix. And Platoon 3 for Debaxi. It is a team of Icon Anya and Thor and Dark Musashi and Kenjin. And now we have Kenjin on the right as well, and also Chopin on the right, so both players deciding to put Chopin in their third team. Instant Death Ward already triggered. Absolute Slaughter coming in. Kenjin is down. Again we see Kenjin without Anya. Unfortunately, not gonna be able to achieve all that much. Instant Death Ward triggered for Beauty and Beast as well. Chopin is going down, but that means Aegis at least gets summoned, I guess. Well, that was already the case. But anyways, disabling bolts, and Kintaro finally gets a turn and actually gets off an Intimidation. Golden Cleave, that was actually quite slick, I have to say. Nearly taking out Anya here. Heavy Swing also. Oh my goodness, taking out Thor. So that was quite impressive here by Kintaro. Keeping Debaxi's hopes alive here, especially now with Aegis coming in. This could get out of control quickly here for Sombrix without Thor. Then again, Dark Musashi is still healing back up. Golden Will is coming in, Beauty and Beast with the Buzzsaw Axe. Oh, and again, Dark Musashi barely surviving. And now Kenjin gets the turn. The Hypnosis starts. And this is Kenjin time. Can she win it here for Sombrix? Or is Debaxi still alive in this competition? Dark Musashi goes down. But now Aegis is in the field. Both sides actually. And now Aegis is looking good for Sombrix here. Poisonous Axe not doing enough. Budding Gifts for Beauty and Beast. Bell of the Ball. Kintaro goes down. It's just Beauty and Aegis now for Debaxi. I'm afraid that's not gonna be enough. Aegis going down and the Buzzsaw Axe actually taking out both of them. It's Sombrix ultimately taking this one, but GG to Debaxi who made it to round number 2. But Sombrix is ultimately the one to move on into the quarterfinals. Where do we have that? Sombrix took this one, and we are going to see what next. Oh, my team versus Valdek's team. So that will be fun. I'm already afraid of his number 1 platoon because number 3 platoon, because we're gonna fight P3 versus P3 first. and his P3 is quite stacked, to say the least. But let's see how it's gonna go. Also, my very first time participating in Platoon Wars. Usually, I mean, it's already a lot of effort to organize these, especially the Platoon Wars, because you have to juggle so many platoons and everything. So, so far I didn't join one of these because I didn't want to spend additional time also building my own teams. But this time I thought, why not? My seed is higher than usual, and so I guess I need to try to protect my seed for the future tournaments. Well, let's see. Let's see if I'm cooked or not. Waldek is here in the chat, so let's see. It will probably be an interesting battle. I agree. Let's see. Is it gonna be Austria or Poland? It's red, white, red versus white, red in terms of the flags. So let's see what it's gonna be. Waldek already taking out True Malignancy in round number 1 from the Philippines, and now, well, not quite. The third highest seed in the competition remaining. So let's see what Waldek can do. Is it gonna be Germany versus Poland in the quarterfinals, or is it gonna be Austria versus Germany? That is gonna be decided now. Let's see. We're gonna go straight over to the battles. Start the betting, and we will see Platoon 3 versus Platoon 3. Austria versus Poland. And let's see what we have. So my Platoon 3, I'm not sure if it's gonna be any good. It has Dark Musashi, it has Ruby, it has Zeus, Don Quixote and Washington in reinforcements. And on the right hand side we see Waldek here with Icon, Anya, Thor, Dark Musashi in his Platoon 3. So everybody on my left here, on my team, is already Frostburn. It's Dark Musashi versus Dark Musashi indeed. Zero Spirit now left for my team. At least the instant death ward still keeping alive, but the burn is already taken care of my Dark Musashi. This is not the best start, but yeah, so nice Austria comment here in the chat from Valeria, appreciate it. But this is not going to plan here. Then again, I was expecting to lose this P3 versus P3 fight with this insane lineup here from Waldek on Thor and Anya in his third strongest platoon. Is actually kind of crazy. But yeah, Disable's coming in now. Hammering Blade. Okay, now it's my turn to skip turns. Only Zeus not being disabled and Frostburned. Let's see what she can do. Oblivion Blast, not even that effective here, is despite Washington being high TU, getting another turn. It's now just Don Quixote and Ruby left standing. And let's see what it's gonna be. Use your jinxing powers. Oh, I don't think my jinxing powers are even strong enough for this kind of matchup. Ruby is now going down. It's just Don Quixote. It's just a matter of time until this finishes, and we have 4 imposters for me. Can they turn it around? That's the big question right now on everybody's minds. The answer is maybe not. But I appreciate whoever bet actually on my team here. But sorry, you lost your bet. But let's see. P3 of Metal Slave and Despair. That's fun. Alright, Imposter Carry, not quite, but not quite ready to give up yet. It has been a rare thing in this competition. I think only once we saw so far somebody coming back from 1-0. But until I go down, I still keep fighting. We will see. Oh, okay, I don't have the matchups lined up for some reason. Wait. So it will be now my Platoon 1 versus Waldek's Platoon 2, and then potentially my Platoon 2 versus Waldek's Platoon 1. Okay, give me a second. Let's see if my Platoon 1 can make a comeback against Platoon 2 from Waldek here. Just listen to them and True Jinx Max. Wait, what? Is that advice for me? Let's see how it's gonna go. I appreciate the heart reactions in the chat, by the way. Very reassuring. Can I still come back against Waldek here? That's the question. Good luck to True too, of course, cheering for both right now. Oh, that's nice. Of Apto here, our previous winner, who's still alive, and we still haven't seen his platoons here, but they will be coming up next in the next battle, or rather matchup. All right, let's see. We're gonna start the bets, and we're gonna go into it. It's gonna be my platoon 1 here, and I tried to cook a little with Kintaro, Kenshin, Iconic Anya, and Freya here on one team with Modern Almina and reinforcements. Meanwhile, Waldeck also coming with Freya, so it's a Freya versus Freya fight to some degree. Don Quixote there as well, Siegfried, and the get turn from Light Bahamut. Mika in reinforcements is a bit of a wild pick. But yeah, Passionate Cleave already looking good here to take out Kintaro and Kenshin. Holy shit! That is not a good start for me here at all. Wow! Waldeck absolutely blasting me to pieces here. And another Meteor Call is coming in though. And what the fuck? Look at that turnaround! Holy fucking shit! That was so sick! I can see the vision, but like, yeah, can you see the vision now? Holy fuck, I don't know which vision you refer to, but my goodness. Well, Snowstorm is coming in, but it's not powerful enough. The fortifications are there as well, but yeah, Kintaro was there, yeah, and she did her job. She just died, and Modern Almina came in and saved the day with the gift turn. But yeah, that was quite sick. I think, I mean, let's see. Siegfried is still not down until she's down. And we now have a bit of a camera issue here until the limiter release came in. And let's see. Now Siegfried is down. Okay, nice. So we are 1-1 and it comes down to a final decider battle. Let's see what Waldeck brings in his platoon 1 and what I bring in my platoon 2. Anya is the carry there. Yeah, that's why I put her in my platoon 1. But then again, I don't know why Kenshin went down so easily. What the fuck? I still don't understand how my Kenshin died, honestly. But yeah, it is what it is. Focalors is back. Missed a few things, but right now it's a decider between True Creo and Waldeck. Austria versus Poland. The final battle to decide who moves on to the quarterfinals. The final battle between them, at least. Alright, Natsume in the chat asking some questions to Exo. I'm not gonna interrupt that. But let's see what my platoon 2 can do against the platoon 1 of Waldeck here. Can I stay alive in the competition, or do I have to bow out in my first matchup already in this round 2? Let's see. Appreciate the bets on me, 100% correct. And we start another one. We start the final battle between Austria and Poland. It is, well, again, I tried to cook something here, I guess. This one has Thor on the left with Maiden Snow White and Champin and Valkyrie Reset. On the other side, Waldeck here with Dark Hibiki, Anastasia, also Valkyrie Reset, so it's a Viris versus Viris fight actually. And Dark Hibiki is there as well. Sleeping now is Anastasia. Unsinkable Cord. And Immovable Hammering Blade. Okay, there's not much happening so far, I think. But the Linked Edge, actually now this could be good. Cerulean Blade, let's go. Valkyrie Reset, taking that one out. It's a good start to the battle, at least so far. Fateful Snow also coming in. The battle is kind of banking on the fact that some time passes and the Fateful Snow locks up and Valkyrie Reset gets more powerful, so that's why Thor is there with the disabling, which also helps now to stay alive against Valkyrie Reset right now, so that is good. Appreciate the bets coming in on the left, I appreciate your trust. Let's see how it goes though. Still a lot of reinforcements here for Waldeck. Then again, the units not being immovable, even though it doesn't play a huge role here, is something. Fateful Snow. Okay, nobody dies yet. Soul Fragment coming in. Another Champin. I like the timeline right now. If I look at this, 4 units for myself, getting turns potentially first. And there we go. Fateful Snow taking out Anastasia. This could be the comeback in this battle. And I was hopeful for that, considering that Waldeck put so many strong units in platoon number 3 to come back in this fight. Hammering Blade now coming in. Gambling maxing for the Link. Well, I mean, you know, it is what it is, but I don't mind actually the Link to go on any unit here. Another Mori is going down, but there is still Modern Elmina in reinforcements for Waldeck. But the Dark Reckoning is coming in hot. And the Sharp Note. Alright, get turn here for Darky Beaky. Get turn also for Chopin. Grand Finale, not very effective when everybody's stealth. That's clear for sure. Toxic Rain now. Ooh, this could be the comeback. Oh my goodness, this could be the comeback indeed for Darky Beaky. Taking out one of my units here. I am glad though that Thor stayed alive. And Maiden Snow White, of course. Dark Reckoning now though to finish it off. GG's to Waldeck. Whew. But I'm very happy to stay alive in this competition. At least didn't die immediately here. Coming back. And let's see how it's gonna go. We will have a fight between Germany and Austria in the next one. Not sure if we had that before, but it is. I think we had that before at some point. But yeah, this is gonna be interesting. Always a fun fight between the neighboring countries. But yeah, let's see. Thanks for the GG in the chat, Waldeck. Commentator's blessing, for real. I thought I have the commentator's jinxing. But yeah, it is what it is. Thanks for the true goat in the chat from TheGatheringICP as well. And yeah, it's gonna be interesting against Stormbricks. Also, Exo and Linux in the same quarterfinals side of the bracket. So that's gonna be interesting. But first off, we will look at the lower brackets. And that is gonna be Apto versus Rain. It's Syria versus China. Apto is the defending champion of Platoon Wars 3. And now we have Platoon Wars 4. Let's see what he can do against Rain here, who won 2-1 versus Focalors. Why is the top of the bracket so stacked? Linux is still complaining after taking out Altruis already. But yeah, I mean, I think it's strong players all around. Honestly, this time there's barely any weak players joining at all. So any wins need to be taken here with a lot of gratitude. Natsume saying go China. Let's see. Apto or Rain are gonna persist in this one. And we're gonna open it. Open the betting as well. And we are gonna go straight into it. Apto versus Rain, Platoon 2 versus Platoon 2. It's Dark Musashi versus Dark Musashi and Freya versus Freya. Oh, whoa. Okay, interesting stuff. We also have 2 Frostburn units on either side. One on either side. Anastasia versus Washington in this fight as well. Freya is Frostburned. So excited, bro. I'm delaying my study for this. You always are studying, I feel like. You're a very diligent student, I guess. Then we have Thor here coming in with a hammering blade. Okay, Absolute Slaughter, instant death ward triggered for Washington, who heals back up again. Oyoyoy, instant death ward also triggered for Freya, who is disabled, but in her War Frenzy now. Washington is going down. Dark Musashi already doing some good work against Rain here. Without Anya on the team, Dark Musashi is strong. As I say this, of course, one Dark Musashi kills the other, so there's still some luck, I guess, involved. Then again, strong team for Apto here, it seems, and very, very good start so far. With the Meteor Call, could even take out... Nope. Not taking out anything yet. Apto is a scholar, for real, for real. Rain saying, no chance I win Apto, and I have to agree for the current battle. But there is still 2 more, of course. Meteor Call now coming in. You always do tournaments a few days before my exam? I do tournaments every month, man. Like, do you have exams every week? Then yeah, obviously it will be a few days before an exam. Void Push now coming in, always nice to see that work. Modern Almina getting pushed back here, and Passionate Cleave already strong enough to even take out Don Quixote the guard here, and now the Meteor Call will take care of the Alminas. Nope. Interesting, okay, get turns. So more Alminas here in the field. 3 Alminas, haven't seen so many Alminas in a while, actually in a few months maybe even. And Meteor Call now taking care of them though. It is Apto who's gonna get ahead in this fight for Syria. And yeah, this is the first one. We're gonna go straight to the second one. It is gonna be Platoon 1 of Rain on the right. And Apto's Platoon 3. So Platoon 1 on the right is a strong combination again. We have Icon Anya, we have Thor, we have Kenshin, we have Valkyrie Reset, we have Venus in reinforcements. And on the left we have Abdo with the Frostburn team Washington here, but Washington already taken out. Washington truly washed in this fight. Yamato getting into the field. Ruby with a roaring ignition. Kenjin didn't even have to start the hypnosis yet. Well, yeah, P3s are usually having a hard time against P1s, Abdo. Watch this wash maxing, nice. But then again, you know, if Rain wins this fight, then he will have to win with his Platoon 3 against your Platoon 1. So let's see how that one goes. So far though, Abdo is still alive in this fight and actually taking it with a dual destruction. That was insane. Actually taking out Thor here. So it's not over yet for Abdo. And Heated Lance is coming in, but now the hypnosis is there. Now it's Kenjin time. But Kenji do it against all these burning units because the poison waves are not effective against burn. Only the toxic burst will do that. It does do it now, so that's nice. Poison waves. Prismatic voice actually taking out Yamato. Toxic burst coming in. And this is it. It is truly Kenjin time. Light Bahamut on her own will not do anything here for Abdo. Rain is coming back in this one, at least for now. It's 1-1, even though Kenjin already said, Rain already saying in the chat, my P3 gonna get cooked. But yeah, this is a nice Divine Kiss, but instant death ward active here for Light Bahamut. But yeah, now a Dragon Reborn actually. Heartfelt Strike, my goodness, what is going on, man? Rain, why can't you finish off Abdo here? Rain, we don't have all day, man. I don't know what you're doing. Bro! No, okay, now Rashomon. Got it. Well, I guess Rain wanted to show us some Rashomon action, which is rare to see in a 5v5 fight. So I appreciate that from Rain there. But yeah, ultimately, this is a win for Rain, and it's 1-1, and we go into the deciding battle. Can the champion stay alive in this fight? And luckily, no, we are not in a loop. Abdo versus Rain. Abdo with his platoon number 1 is Icon Anya, Kenjin, Maiden Snow White, and Beauty and Beast. Wow, this is very similar to mine, I feel like. Well, no, actually, no. It's a mix of my platoon 1 and 2. And on the right, we have Rain. Also with Beauty and Beast, so it's Beauty versus Beauty. It's Snow White versus Snow White. Interesting stuff. Iconic Anya, of course, is interesting, but Beastly Uppercut taking out Maiden Snow White here from Abdo. This is not the best start for her. We have already Aegis on both sides. Anya at least staying alive here, but this is not as clear as it could be. Poisonous X, still not enough. And Anya, oh my goodness, Anya is so close to dying all the time here for Abdo, but she stays alive. And she needs to stay alive, I feel like, because otherwise this is not gonna go well for her. Beauty and Beast now getting the turn with the Poisonous X. The Aegis guarding is still quite OP, I would say. Intimidation now coming in. Kintaro actually also on both teams this time. Beauty is now entering, or rather Belle. And the heavy swing, well, taking out Aegis. No, Aegis is permanently instant death immune, and Kintaro can't do anything. Dies after trying to take out Aegis here with the permanent instant death immunity. It's just not heavy hitting like she should be. Poison waves now coming in. Dark Reckoning! Holy shit, Rain is looking very good in this one. It's not looking good for Abdo anymore, I would say. Fateful Snow, luckily for Abdo hitting Aegis, who is permanently instant death immune, but Kintaro goes down. Aegis is on the field again. It's not over until it's over, because now Snow White is down. It's basically a Beauty versus Beauty fight at this point. But Musha is there as well. Abdo still with a lot of reinforcements. Rain, not so much. This could be very, very interesting. Who's gonna win this one? Basso X, Aegis is down, Beauty is down, and that means Rain is out of the competition. But Abdo taking this to the quarterfinals. But my goodness, this was not clear at all. This was a very, very tight fight considering it's Platoon 1 versus Platoon 3. So Abdo must be very, very happy with this outcome. And making it to the quarterfinals, so staying alive in this tournament and keeping the hopes alive of defending his title. But congratulations to Rain for a very, very good fight. This could have easily escalated here against Abdo, and then it's Rain in the quarterfinals instead of Abdo. But it is not the case. we will see... Yes, that is something that can already be said, so that's nice. We will have definitely 8 different countries in the quarterfinals, so that is quite sick. There will be one from China, of course, and there will be either Philippines and Saudi Arabia, or Saudi Arabia and Vietnam or India here in the quarterfinals as well. Let's see how this is going to go. But yeah, that was pretty wild. Beauty cooking indeed. That was pretty crazy. Okay, let's see. Khaled win and let us 1v1. Apto is already waiting for Khaled in the quarterfinals, but he has to get past Destroyer first. The only remaining representative of Philippines in this fight, in this tournament. And let's see how it goes for him. We have their platoon ones waiting for us, so that's nice. Let's check it out. That was a long loading here, and it's Kenjin versus Kenjin, it's Anya versus Anya, it's Thor versus Thor, and it's Snow White versus Zeus. I do prefer Snow White over Zeus, but then again, let's see what happens. There can be a lot of other stuff that's happening. For example, right now Khaled already managed to disable Destroyers, Thor and Anya, which is already quite helpful. Poison waves coming in, of course we will not see any hypnosis in this one, given that we have a Kenjin versus Kenjin fight, except if one of these Kenjins is taken out before the other one's hypnosis is triggered. I'm the bot always saying let's go. Cheering for Destroyer here, who's also in the chat already with the Wilted Rose. Let's see. Okay, now the Toxic Burst. Ooh, my goodness. Nearly taking out Kenjin, but not quite enough. Kenjin getting another turn here, but still hitting Thor. Center stage now for Anya. No stunning on the left. Everybody is stunning on a stun warded. Maiden Snow White with the Fateful Snow starting to stack it up. Disabling now coming in for Destroyer, so now Destroyer is turning this around. Hammering Blade. Full faith in the bossman? Is Destroyer the bossman? Because the bossman didn't join the tournament, right? And Anya goes down for Khaled. Important part here for Destroyer's tactics. This is looking alright. Up to Stinky, don't know what he's talking about. Poison waves coming in. Destroyer is looking very good right now in this matchup. But then again, Kenjin is still there and staying alive against this unstable blade from Kenjin. Also Thor is staying alive. Also Zeus is staying alive. And the Toxic Burst is coming in. Not enough yet for Khaled to turn it around. Unstable Blade also hitting a non-poisoned enemy. And Fateful Snow is still not stacked enough. Blood Cycle now. Time unit reduction. Unstable Blade. Instant Death Ward triggered for Thor. Thundering Wrath only hitting a Mori here, so that's lucky for Khaled. Center stage now. Which is something Khaled can no longer do. There's still some fortifications left on his team. Unstable Blade. Godstorm now. Now Thor is heavily stunned. Will not do any disabling until Maiden Snow White potentially gives her the turn, or until she dies, you know. And Destroyer has Dark Kaguya in the reinforcements. Disabling bolts. Now it looks like Khaled could still turn this around again with the help of Kronos. Time Spear is coming in against Dark Kaguya, who already is heavily stunned from that. Poison waves. Oh, that's a lot of poison now on Khaled's team. And Kronos is taken out. And luckily for Khaled, Destroyer is unlucky with the RNG hits Zeus here, who's the only one non-poisoned. Well, not the only one, but it was 50-50. Poison waves. Now coming in for the other Kenjin. Both Kenjins still standing. Thundering Wrath. And one side still has Anya and one side has still thought. The question is, who do you prefer here then? Because Anya is going down. Destroyer is looking destroyed right now, except for Dark Kaguya, who gets heavily stunned. And oh my god, Maiden Snow White is now also heavily stunned, will not be able to get another turn. Kenjin is going down as well to Kenjin herself. And that means Kaled is taking this first fight. Very, very impressive stuff. And Rashomon is there as well. Unstable Blade coming in now. But yeah, there is no way for Snow White to get the turn here. Unstable Blade finishes it off. And Kaled goes deeper into this competition. Congratulations to Kaled. And Destroyer needs to come back in the next fight. That was a quite strong fight here. Both sides could have won this easily. Very, very interesting stuff. But ultimately, it means now that we will see Platoon 2 of Destroyer versus Kaled's Platoon 3 to decide what is gonna happen. Linux in the chat saying Pocket New Snow White prevents her from being stunned to oblivion, by the way, but it also prevents her from doing anything useful, you know? I knew that the disable is gonna get my wrecked. Yeah, I mean, that was always gonna be a huge factor, who gets disabled when and everything. But yeah, it's still not over. Who is gonna fight Abdo in the quarterfinals? Is it gonna be Destroyer or Kaled? We are gonna find out. And it was 50-50 in the bet, so that's interesting. Gonna start the battle. And we do have Destroyer with a Frostburn Burn team. And on the right we have Kaled with a Poison Stealth team with Pocket Snow White. I favor Destroyer here, but let's see how it's gonna go. Raven and King Arthur already getting some turns, so that's good. A lot of frost burning going on here for Kaled though. He can't win if I break his knees. That's funny. Oh my god, okay, dual destruction already coming in and another death in Dark Lord Miller. Freya is already on the roll. Tides of War now. Everybody getting the turn. Missile Storm is coming in. Valkyrie Reset is going down. Revenant King Arthur is deep sleeping. And the Pocket Snow White will not do anything here for Kaled. Destroyer has another shot at staying alive in this competition in a convincing fashion, taking out the Platoon 3 of Kaled here. Of course, that was to be expected in terms of the strength rating of these platoons, but still, that keeps his hopes alive. And let's see. So it's 1-1 now. And the decider is about to happen. Let's see how it's gonna go. Destroyer's Platoon 3 here versus Kaled's Platoon 2. This time on the right we have a Freya Frostburn build with Dark Musashi as well. That is already looking quite strong. Destroyer meanwhile with a Chopin Poison build. Dark Musashi on both sides here. And Misha in reinforcements. Actually Kaled having Hichikata in the reinforcements, which is kind of insane. One of the oldest units we see here today. And Dark Musashi is already going down, but that means Aegis is waiting in the reinforcements. And will come in straight away because that Chopin died relatively quickly. The question is, can Beauty and the Beast carry here? We already saw some good action from them. But against this Frostburn team, it might be difficult. Briar Barrage though is looking nice. Not effective though. And the Tides of War, the War Frenzy is already active here for Freya. You look at the HP that she did get away here from Anya. Is actually crazy. But yeah, let's see. Poisonous X. Not dying yet. Beastly Uppercut is enough though, and Hichikata enters the field, can finish off Anya. No, she finishes off Aegis! Holy moly, that was actually pretty good. But now, of course, we will see Kenjin. What? 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 I thought Aegis will be alive, but Beauty, I guess, died at the same time. Well, that is that. GG to Destroyer, but well played to Kaled, who takes this one. Hichikata carrying here for Kaled. And Saudi Arabia goes deeper into this competition. It will be a Syria versus Saudi Arabia battle in the quarterfinals, something we have never seen before for sure. And something we have seen before potentially is going to be Kuhaku versus AnimeTuber. At least Vietnam versus India is something we have definitely seen before. Kuhaku is the only one where we haven't seen anything yet in this tournament. He's the last one of the top seeds that is gonna get revealed now. AnimeTuber took out Nagide Rizla in the first round in a convincing fashion. Let's see how he's gonna go against Kuhaku. Kuhaku is someone who is insane. So far, every tournament and he only joined the last 3 to be fair, but still making it to the semi-finals in each of them. So that will be kind of crazy if he can repeat that feat yet again. Already rose to number 4 in the world rankings. All right, let's see. I hope everybody is ready. Because whether you're ready or not, we will see the fight now between Kuhaku and AnimeTuber's Platoon 3. We have AnimeTuber with the Ruby Musa team. And Anastasia goes down for Kuhaku immediately, and there's a lot of Frostburn for Kuhaku on this team. So I would say the start is a bit better here for AnimeTuber. It's a Dark Musashi versus Dark Musashi fight. It's a Ruby versus Ruby fight, so both sides having some instant death wards, but the burn will kill. No. Well, this Dark Musashi gets taken out first, and that is good news for AnimeTuber. Kuhaku in a bit of a bit of a problem here, I would say. Absolute slaughter coming in. Kintaro still staying alive. Ruby still staying alive, but now Oniclaw coming in. Yeah, unless Kintaro does some masterpiece here, and I don't think she can do it against Don Quixote. It's now only Yamato, and Yamato has a single attack skill that she can only use if somebody dies on her team. But we will not see that anyways, because the tactical overkill deals insane damage for AnimeTuber, and that means there is already some pressure here on the top seed. AnimeTuber going up 3-0 at this point in the tournament, and we will see Kuhaku's Platoon 1 next because of that. And we're gonna go straight into it. AnimeTuber saying my heat racing. I hope it's the heart and not the heat. But let's see what Kuhaku cooked up for us here in Platoon 1. It's iconic Anya with Kenjin, but interestingly also with Venus. And also new Anya is there, and Beauty and Beast in reinforcements. On the other hand, we have anti-burn from AnimeTuber, but right now the hypnosis is already active for Kenjin. It's Kenjin time, and the question is, what can Kenjin do with that time? She gets disabled, so that's not ideal, to say the least. And that is one of the weaknesses of Kenjin right there. Hitting new Anya or 4. Lenok liking to see the sleep team here from AnimeTuber on the right. Everybody frostburned, everybody disabled, everybody deep sleeping or poisoned. But now Kenjin. Well, Kenjin time. Kenji hits the correct one. Not Anastasia, hopefully. Oh, hitting Anya again and getting disabled again. Bro, that's some unlucky RNG here for Kuhaku. But AnimeTuber won't mind it at all. Sleep Torrent coming in. Concussive blow, so deep sleep again on new Anya. Perry, of course, losing the turn, also being disabled. Also interesting to have a new Anya versus new Anya fight here. Kenjin is asleep. That's not good for Kuhaku. Center stage. That could be good. Not a purification though, so Kenjin will stay asleep. As does Venus, and as does deep sleep on Anya, of course, not going away either. And now a Royal Blizzard. Gonna frost burn Anya. Fortifications are still there though. Can Kenjin wake up again? It's a bit of a question here, because Sleep Torrent is coming in again. What is happening in this fight, actually? I'm not sure. Okay, Valkyrie reset goes down. We see some movement here for Kuhaku. And the center stage refreshes the fortifications. So that's looking good. Then again, everybody falls asleep again. No, not everybody. Just the most important one in Kenshin. Amazing Venus carry. Yeah, she's doing so much. Wasn't Venus in... No, Venus was not on both teams. Lizard Slash. Not enough to take out Kenshin. But Kenshin stays asleep. My phone suddenly broke. I'm using my tablet right now. Well, isn't it nicer to watch on the tablet anyways? I feel like that's bigger, right? Linux saying losing to Venus here. The Sleep team, his favorites. Lizard Slash. Well, still not over until it's over, but there's certainly not a lot of movement on either side here. Venus now with the Divine Kiss! Taking out Anastasia. We are having some movement again in this fight. So Kuhaku might stay alive. Inescapable off. Crashing Heavens! Oh my goodness, look at the time units! I haven't seen such an effective Crashing Heavens in ages! Everybody is basically out, but then again, Beauty and Beast is still there and reinforcements waiting to come in instead of Kenshin, who didn't do anything in this fight except sleep, mostly. And, well, at least now Beauty and Beast doesn't have such a high stun on her. Budding Gifts now coming in, this could be good. Buzzsaw Axe, holy moly! And this is an absolute carry from Beauty and Beast. After such a sleep-inducing battle, Kuhaku takes this one with the help of none other than Beauty and Beast. And we will see who's gonna ultimately take it, because this means that we will have a decider, and the other one is coming up right now. One of them stays alive, the other one goes down. It's gonna be Kuhaku versus AnimeTuber. AnimeTuber with a Freya Ken team, his platoon number 1, which I'm not even sure if we saw so far, but yeah, it is a bit of a classic, of course. Thor, Anya, Kenshin, Freya, very, very strong. Then again, Kuhaku also not a bad team here on the side, also with Freya, but without Anya, of course. Anya, instead of Anya having Washington, instead of Kenshin, Maiden Snow White, the Washington is probably the bigger downgrade compared to having the Anya. Meanwhile, Washington already going down as we speak. But yeah, Beauty entry are good all along, apparently. Freya is now mega poisoned. And Maiden Snow White is disabled. That is not how it's supposed to be, I guess. Infernal Blaze now coming in, getting rid of that poison. Poison waves coming in. And Don Quixote is on the field. Passionate Cleave. Not getting disabled from Thor, so that's helpful. But the Meteor Call is not powerful enough yet for Freya. How did Don Quixote just go down? To the Toxic Burst of Kenshin. My goodness, this is looking good for AnimeTuber now. And the center stage is also helpful. Thor is still disabled, so that is helpful for Kuhaku. Hammering Blade coming in. Freya now with another Infernal Blaze to get her burn going. And Passionate Cleave, and then... Oh, and then a get turn for Freya and the Maiden Snow White. Infernal Blaze. Maiden Snow White getting the turn. Fateful Snow, but I think it still takes a while to stack that. But she gets another turn. That will be a Dark Reckoning, and it's not enough. And now the Hypnosis is on for Kenshin. Here on AnimeTuber's side, it's very, very difficult now for Kuhaku to still see a win condition. This might be the very first time that Kuhaku cannot go deep in a tournament. Meteor Call, not quite enough yet. Thor staying alive, Hypnosis is there. Nobody is poisoned though. Poison waves coming in. Can she hit the right one? She can. Both of them are going down. Maiden Snow White alone will not be able to do it. It is AnimeTuber who takes out our seed number 3. Kuhaku is out for the very first time in such an early stage of the tournament. But GG to AnimeTuber, who made that happen. very, very strong teams. The question is, which Chinese player will he have to face off against in the next round? And yeah, with that, seed number 1 and seed number 3 have been eliminated. But other top seeds are still alive and well. Let's see, but a lot of upsets for sure in this one already. But now it's gonna be China versus China. It's gonna be Not Leo Second versus CHSB. Let's see what they bring to the table. AnimeTuber bragging in the chat that he came up with this in 10 minutes. Well, I guess that's great. a very humble winner here. Linux still going on about Pocket News and White, but honestly, that's not the way to go for sure. Let's see. Not Leo Second versus CHSB up next. The bets are still going strong, and we have the fight ahead of us. Which team will win? You can bet again in the chat. It's gonna be Platoon 1 versus Platoon 1, Not Leo Second versus CHSB, China versus China. It is iconic Anya and Kenjin on the left. Also Dark Ludmilla, interestingly, and Beauty and Beast, who is already close to taking out Thor here, but not quite, and getting disabled. Thor, on the other hand, disabling Kenjin, which is also bad news. It's Kenjin versus Kenjin though anyway, so there will not be any Hypnosis coming up. At on the right, we have iconic Anya, Kenjin, and Thor, so in terms of true power, probably a slightly stronger team than Not Leo Second's Platoon 1, but that doesn't mean that either of them has a strong advantage in this fight. Okay, I'm finally sitting down after 3 hours now. Oh my god, the time is flying by in this tournament. Let's see who is gonna take this one. We still have a bit of a 5v5. I mean, obviously Not Leo Second here in a bit of a struggle. Then again, we saw what Beauty and Aegis can do together, and Kenjin is somehow still alive here for Not Leo Second. Meanwhile, Dark Ludmilla is going down. True standing indeed. Kenjin also surviving, but now is finally taking out. It's just up to these Earth units now, or rather one Dark unit. Never mind, that one is gone. And now Valkyrie Reset is on an absolute rampage. My goodness, CHSB is taking the first battle here, guys. And Not Leo Second is under pressure to come back from hell. That was a win for the right team. We're gonna open bets again. We're gonna open the fight. Let's see if Not Leo Second can make it happen. Good thing for China is that either way, a Chinese player will be in the quarterfinals. But let's see who it's going to be. Blizzard Slash against Washington. That is a good start for CHSB, I'm afraid. Not Leo Second Frostburnt here with Maiden Snow White and Dark Musashi. New Anya is there as well. Freya with the Meteor Call already. And the Frostburn meaning that Maiden Snow White loses her turn here. Ruby now with the Dual Destruction, not strong enough yet. Don Quixote now, Overflowing Burn. Gonna be interesting. There she goes. Oh my god, oh my goodness! That was probably the strongest Meteor Call I've ever seen, taking out Dark Musashi, New Anya, and Maiden Snow White in one blow. Holy shit! So CHSB is taking this one. Not Leo Second got his first round win, but wow! Did I say back from hell? Wow, that was insane. And CHSB taking this one, booking the last ticket to the quarterfinals in a convincing fashion. Actually, CHSB, similar to Linux, so far with a 4-0 record in this tournament. Linux going from the upside of the upper brackets, CHSP from the downside, from the down brackets, I guess. Lower brackets. And yeah, that are the 8 quarterfinalists. We have a Spanish player, Lebanese player, a German player, a Austrian player? Wow, that's crazy. Such a small country. Syria, Saudi Arabia, India, and China are also there. So we will definitely not have the same country in the finals fighting each other. That is something that is already clear. Well, that was already clear, I guess, quite early on. But yeah, let's see. I'm quickly gonna set up these next lineups. We have the strongest 24 platoons remaining in this competition. And the first fight will be Linux versus EXO. And that one is gonna be between their platoon 2s at first. Then we will see Sombrix versus Trucrio, and it's gonna be the third platoon again, which I already have a trauma from, so I don't like hearing that at all, but yeah, it is what it is. Sombrix versus Trucrio, Germany versus Austria will be there. Then we have Abdo versus Khaled, Syria versus Saudi Arabia. And they will have a Platoon 2 versus Platoon 2 fight, suppose. Then we will have a Platoon 1 versus Platoon 1 fight between Anime Tuber and CHSP in a classic India versus China showdown. Both of these players already having upset some of the higher seeds in this tournament. CHSP even twice. Alright, let's see how that goes. Everything is ready, everything is set up already. Let's see who can go deeper. I don't know if you have any favorites. Linux is in the chat asking for EXO to choke. EXO meanwhile saying good luck for round 3 to everyone. Alright, let's see who it's gonna be. Which are the strongest platoons in Evertale right now? We will see. It's Linux versus EXO coming up first. And I guess I will open the bettings. Yeah, in the semifinals and finals maybe we won't have any bets. But let's see. For the quarterfinals, still gonna have them on for now. And we're gonna start the battles, guys. It's gonna be Linux Burnslop versus EXO. And both of them actually with similar ideas here. Both of them Washington versus Washington. Both of them Freya versus Freya, Ruby versus Ruby. The only difference here, Light Bahamut versus New Anya. New Anya on EXO's team, Light Bahamut on Linux team. Light Bahamut though in reinforcements for EXO, so that's even the same. So the only difference really is Anastasia versus Anya, while Anya already goes down for EXO. So good start for Linux, who now also takes out Light Bahamut. Oh my god, this Freya is on fire for Linux. Holy shit. Oh my goodness. Freya alone will not be able to do anything here. And this is a strong start for Linux, who is now 5-0 in competition so far. And EXO has to come back in the next one. In the next battle, or rather in the next 2 battles, to still stay alive against Linux, who is on an absolute rampage so far. 5-0 in Platoon Wars 4 so far. The only player who's also still on that run, on such a run, is CHSP. Let's see, though. EXO definitely a formidable opponent who could make a comeback here. Let me quickly get that up and running. It's gonna be Platoon 3 from Linux versus Platoon 1 from Exo next. And in Mamma Mia we trust, Linux is saying. His team here on the left with Dark Musashi, Chopin, Zeus, and Thor. So Thor is strong, and Pocket Snow White, which again, weird choice. Exo meanwhile with Snow White in front, though she does get disabled. But it is definitely a strong team here on the right with Icon, Anya, and Thor, and Kenjin. So let's see how that's gonna go. Absolute Slaughter coming in, and that means the Hypnosis is now active. Unfortunately though, Kenjin is disabled. That is the weakness of Kenjin, which can be seen all too often, unfortunately, in these high-level matchups. And that is usually the time where she needs to stack the damage, which she does not get to do. But at least Thor is still there, disabling Linux Mamma Mia team. Center stage is coming in, fortifications are refreshed for Linux. I think we're not getting any bets anymore, so maybe I'm gonna stop with those for now. And focus all the attention here on the fights on the battlefield. Linux again disabling. 3 units are disabled on Exo's team right now. And Kenjin unfortunately already used up all his Hypnosis. Blood Cycle. Okay, Linux saying not betting with myself, so I guess that's fair. Soul Fragment coming in and clearing a unit here for Linux. Linux starting to lose units now. Pocket Snow White coming in. And Thor and Zeus going down at the same time. Now Kenjin finally unlocks her potential. It's Snow White versus Snow White, but this Kenjin now is already gonna be super strong. Fateful Snow is gonna take too long to go up. All that time where Exo's team couldn't achieve much could have been spent for Fateful Snow to ramp up for Linux here, but unfortunately she was in the pocket. Then again, Fateful Snow is still there on both sides. Toxic Burst now coming in. Only 2 units left standing for Linux Mamma Mia, but it's not taking it out. Meanwhile, Dark Reckoning is much stronger for Exo, and that means it is 1-1 and Exo can still come back from the dead. It is close here in this semi-final, but this is the very first loss for Linux. Let's see if he can come back with none other than his Mermaid team. Eva carries. Let's see if she does. Kintaro is in reinforcements. Kenjin in front. Iconic Anya is there as well. Beauty and Beast versus Exo's Platoon 3. And Kenjin is getting the Hypnosis, is not disabled, so that helps. Also no danger of running into any Anyas. And Don Quixote is also going down. And also not into any Thors. Royal Trident! Mermaid gets a kill in Platoon Wars 4. And Basso X takes everything out. Exo is on the brink. That is absolutely insane. Eva carried in this one, and Exo needs to bow out of the competition. Linux taking this one to the semi-finals, and while Exo gave the first loss to Linux, it is ultimately the Spaniard who goes on the Linux arc. Massive FRW. I even have to agree on this one actually. That was kind of crazy, but yeah, definitely. First matchup in this one is very important, and that one win for Linux was already quite important to take it to the semi-finals. It's 2-1, and now another European player will join the same semi-final here with Linux. And the question is it gonna be Spain or, well, is it gonna be Spain or Spain? No, is it gonna be Germany or Austria? In terms of color scheme, I guess Germany fits better to Spain, and it's also a bit of a classic in terms of football and stuff like that. So, yeah, I guess I wouldn't mind if Sombrix takes this. Then again, Sombrix is actually on a mission, I guess. because he could be the second player who ever takes a second win. He just took the tournament win in April, and now after the Carrot Cup 3, he might want to take Platoon Wars 4. So let's see how that's gonna go. Still quite interesting, still 7 players alive in this competition, and maybe I should actually stand up for this, because I need to be a role model for my team. They also need to keep standing here against Stormbricks, and so I'm gonna stand up for them, even though I was already standing 3 hours, and I think I just sat down for 10 minutes now, and it's already my time again, I guess, my battle, but yeah, it's fine. Stormbricks versus True Creo. It's gonna be Platoon 3 versus Platoon 3, which I have great experience with from the Waldeck fight. Let's see. We're gonna kick things off. Let's see if it's gonna be Stormbricks or True Creo. And we have Stormbricks here on the left, actually, with a Sleep Frostburn team. And on the right, and Anastasia is already having a good turn here, that's for sure. Frostburn's coming in, that's a good start here for Stormbricks, I think. Ruby already down pretty much. Don Quixote already going down without even burning. That was not the start I was hoping for my team here. Meanwhile, Ruby is also going down. Burns are coming in. Another Sleep Torrent. Did I even get a single turn yet? I don't think so. So this is not the way it's supposed to go. That's for sure. Then again, Washington getting a turn off. And now everybody is frostburnt on the left. So this is my only chance to stay alive. Then again, Dark Musashi not having any turns. It's already a problem. Oblivion Blast coming in against Anastasia. So that is something here, I guess. And Stars of Victory is okay. Missile Storm is coming in. Oh my goodness, this is actually turning into a 3 versus 3. So it's not over just yet. Void Push coming in and sends parry. Nice. Dark Musashi might actually carry me to the top here. Chopin goes down to the burn. Instant death ward isn't enough, and parry also goes down. Only Anya left standing. How did my team win this after everything went completely wrong at first? Holy moly. Oh my god. That is actually crazy. Well, I'm happy to see it, but of course Stormbricks can still come back with his stronger platoons, which will be Platoon 1 and 2. First up, his Platoon 1 versus my Platoon 2. But very happy to take that win, because I was already over that over that battle, to be honest. That was not going to plan at all. But yeah, that's why I stood up, guys, to keep them at my, standing up at my standing desk. So it's the role model that counted. I'm not sure if Stormbricks stood up while he was watching, but maybe if not, that was the reason. All right. And actually, people were betting on me. That's surprising. Thanks for that. Thanks for that trust after that abysmal start. But yeah, here we go. We're gonna have another fight, and this one is for Stormbricks to stay alive in with his Platoon 1, which has Icon Anya, which has Thor, which has Dark Musashi, which has Kenshin, and Kenshin immediately getting triggered by the sharp note of my Chopin. That is actually terrible. But then again, I hope Kenshin will hit Thor here to get disabled. Meanwhile, Chopin already dies, and okay, Maiden Snow White gets the turn. Poison Waves again coming in. My new Anya coming in from reinforcements. Instant death immunity from Maiden Snow White, who does a soul fragment. Unfortunately, she doesn't have enough spirit to do Fateful Snow. That's terrible. But at least she is permanently stun immune, but she is disabled as well, so that is not going to plan at all. I mean, at least she's a good counter against Absolute Slaughter here. Well, now she dies though. Well, Valkyrie said dies, never mind. And Kenshin didn't even get to do anything yet except doing Poison Waves again and again, because Dark Musashi is carrying so hard. This is what I mean, guys. Dark Musashi is blasted as long as it's not against Anya. Everybody who says differently, I don't believe them. But yeah, this is unfortunately a big loss for the Gathering ICP here. Unfortunately betting on my team, which you really shouldn't have done, man. But yeah, Stormbricks absolutely blasting this team now, actually disabling everything. Not sure there was anything that could be done by this team. My second strongest team looking like a group of school children here getting schooled by Sombrix. And yeah, still just a matter of time until everything goes down. It's just basically very high HP units remaining here, the strongest storm units. And the Disabling Chorus already takes care of Thor. And the Thundering Wrath takes care of New Anya. There we go. Well, that was to be expected a little bit when we saw that that strong team here by Sombrix. But yeah, this means it's 1-1 now. And it means that we will have a decider coming up now. Who's gonna stay alive in this competition? I'm standing up very tall here. Can my team do it here with Freya versus Freya fight? I'm already a bit terrified of that Washington Frostburn, which is not a good start at all. Kenshin already getting stunned. Passionate Cleave coming in. The only thing helping me here in this battle is Iconic Anya. Roaring Ignition now coming in for Ruby, and the War Frenzy is unlocked for my... Oh my goodness, Kenshin is going down again. My Kenshin is not doing anything here in the Platoon 1. I'm not sure how that's happening, but it is. And Kintaro is also going down. Murder Elmina is also going down. We are down to 3 units already. Sombrix is looking set to go to the semi-final. Center stage is coming in. Tides of War... not doing anything. Overflowing Burn. And the Missile Storm now coming in. Modern Elmina going down. It's only 2 units left standing. And now it's Freya time. And she doesn't do anything. Compounding Shot now. Meteor Call. Not enough. This was supposed to take it. Otherwise, there's no way, I think, now for my Freya to stay alive against this other Freya. And now Sombrix takes this one to the bank. That's a semi-final for him. Another one. Congratulations to him. GG, well played. That was just a massive show of force here against my platoon number 1. Congratulations. And as such, betting has closed, obviously. And we will see a Spain versus Germany battle in the semi-finals. All right. There we go. Let's see. Sombrix. Well, no, he's not the highest seed still remaining. There's still Apto. And both Apto and Sombrix are still on their way to potentially take the second tournament win ever. Something that only Ultras managed so far. But yeah, Caled is there as well, obviously. It's going to be Syria versus Saudi Arabia next. And let's see who it's going to be. Is it going to be Apto or Caled? And then it's going to be India or China. So we will have a bit of a Europe versus Asia finals. So first Europe versus Europe in the semi-finals. Asia versus Asia versus versus Asia in the semi-finals. And then let's see who is going to be the ultimate winner here. It's not that many players left standing. And we're going to go straight to Apto versus Caled. Gonna start the betting. And we're gonna start the fight. It's Platoon 2 versus Platoon 2 time. And we have Anastasia versus Anastasia. Freya versus Freya. Dark Musashi versus Dark Musashi. But on the left hand for Apto is Thor instead of Washington. And I do prefer Thor here. In terms of true power, probably Apto's team here, the stronger one to be favored in my eyes. Let's see how it goes though. Dark Musashi already losing the turn. This one doesn't. And that is already key here, I think. Looks like a very good start. Washington already being taken out. Ichikata coming onto field. Veil of Dread is not enough because of the elemental disadvantage against Thor here. So Ichikata failed in her mission. Probably her only mission for Caled. Apto in the chat saying good luck Caled, but I hope I win. So far this very first battle is looking very good. Then again, we just saw that comebacks are always possible after a first battle loss. Meteor Call coming in. Alright. Not yet enough. But the absolute slaughter is there. Instant Death Ward is away. This Musashi is going down. It's just Freya now, but she's at 98 time units. Getting the turn though with against this Passionate Cleave. But now the Meteor Call will not take her out, not yet. But the other one, that's another turn. There's Anastasia on the field. who gets a turn, and we'll do a Royal Blizzard, so that's gonna keep the chances alive here for Kaled. Infernal Blaze. What's saving Freya, but Passionate Cleave. Meteor Call. Not enough. Not enough. Both Freyas in War Frenzy now, but only Aptos will be victorious. It is 1-0 for Apto here, who goes on, just as Sombrix did, towards his potential second title in the tournament series. Very good stuff, congratulations, but Kaled can still come back. That is for sure. And we're gonna see if he can do it in this battle. Indeed, good luck to my P3. It's Apto's Platoon 3 versus Kaled's Platoon 1, and Kaled's Platoon 1 here is stacked Thor, Anya, Zeus, Kenjin, and on the left, Apto with a Frostburn team. Let's see, P3 is Burnslop, I guess so. But Washington already going down. She does do that a lot, I feel like, in this competition. Not sure if we saw Washington carry yet, but then again, that is a bit of a more passive carry sometimes as well. Dragon Prism. Fortification is gone now for Thor, but Anya will get another turn now and redo the center stage here. Overflowing Burn coming in. Oblivion Blast. Dragon Reborn. Suppressing Fire. Now I'm just reading the skills. Dual Destruct. After 3.5 hours of talking, running out of words. Poison Waves coming in. It's looking good for Kaled. Then again, he does have Chronos in reinforcement, so not sure yet. But the Hypnosis is definitely helpful. No way of Kenjin getting disabled as well. And there go the two guards. Oh my goodness, that was some insane damage here. Yamato and Don Quixote both taken out, and now the rest of the team of Apto is disabled. Thundering Wrath coming in, and yeah, this is that. Ruby is not gonna turn this around. Kenjin now with the finishing off with the Unstable Blade. And that is that. Apto is down, well, not down, now it's even between Apto and Kaled. Of course, Apto will have the home advantage now with his platoon number 1, so let's see how that goes for him. Here we go, Apto versus Kaled. It's Maiden Snow White with the blood cycle straight away, nice. Good to see a front Snow White instead of a pocket. And on the right, Kaled with a bit of an older team here. Night Misha, Revenant King Arthur, Valkyrie Reset, Dark Ludmilla. Definitely gonna have a hard time here against an iconic Anya team with Kenjin. Also Maiden Snow White, also Beauty and the Beast was also very strong. Definitely favoring Apto here in this matchup. But who's it gonna be? Dark Ludmilla is already going down. Restore Link is coming in on Misha. Not sure if that's good. Link Edge, at least there's some stealth to help against Kenjin. Also hi Edsonix in the chat. We're just in the third quarterfinal of today. It's 1-1 between Apto and Kaled, and Kaled takes one, so that's nice. But given the unit still on the field, still looking very, very good for Apto here, who's getting another turn. Soul Fragment taking out Valkyrie Reset, actually ignoring the guard here. So Fateful Snow is coming in. Musha, can she do something? She can do a Sweeping Thrust and bring Kintaro on the field for Apto here. And the Dark Reckoning takes care of Musha. Revenant King Arthur, only one left standing now. Well, there is Maiden Snow White pocket, so that's interesting. Hypnotized is Revenant King Arthur, oh my goodness. But now getting the turn. Regal Cataclysm. If she gets a few more turns, this could still be terrible for Maiden Snow White, especially as long as she still hits the other Maiden Snow White, who is permanently instant death immune. There is one instant death ward on Revenant King Arthur as well, which is now gone. And, well, the Dark Reckoning is there. Apto is taking this one to the semi-finals. GG to Kayla, who had a good run in this tournament. Very impressive stuff, taking out Natsume and Destroyer. But ultimately, it's Apto who moves on to the semi-finals. Who will be the opponent of Apto? We will find out now. Only 4 matchups left. Then we will know who is gonna be the new true champion. But new is relative, I guess, right? We still have Sombrix, who is the prior tournament champion. And we have Apto, who is the prior Platoon Wars champion. So, yeah, could be wild if we have both of them in the finals. But of course, Linux and AnimeTuber or CHSP will have something against that. Let's see what they can do against these strong players. Here we go. It is their Platoon 1s facing each other, by the way. So those are the strongest they have to offer here for us. And we can see it because it's Thor, Anya, Kenjin on both sides. Kenjin, no hypnosis for that. Freya for AnimeTuber and Valkyrie set for CHSP. We have a Snow White Pocket for AnimeTuber, which I'm not a huge fan of. And Purification coming in, Hammering Blade. Freya now with an Infernal Blaze. Can she do something? Not yet. This is a bit of a stalemate so far. Center stage is refreshed. Elemental Q coming in. Linked Edge. That's some good damage output. But not enough for Thor, who is healing back up. Disabling Chorus was actually quite sick here. But the War Frenzy now is a problem for Freya, from Freya. She gets disabled, as does Kenjin, so that's helpful for CHSP. Thundering Wrath against the other Thor, and this is now the first advantage in this game for CHSP. And I don't like Maiden Snow White Pocket here coming in. That is a bit of a problem. But center stage at least, so the defenses are up and running again for AnimeTuber. And yeah, both sides are definitely solid. They are the Platoon 1s after all, but CHSP takes out Freya. It's looking worse and worse. Unstable Blade. Anya still somehow staying alive. And as I say this, she goes down. This is now in CHSP's hands. And not only is this a strong win, it also means that all these top units on the side for AnimeTuber will not be in his Platoon 2 or 3, obviously. So definitely something to watch out for. Very, very strong performance here from CHSP, who is going deep again. And I think he was in the semi-finals of the Platoon Wars 1 11 months ago, but he never made it back to another semi-finals. But this could be his revival arc here for the Chinese player. Pretty good stuff, but of course, still needs to win one more battle. And it's gonna be between Platoon 2 of AnimeTuber versus Platoon 3 of CHSP. Let's check it out, guys. We are not far away from knowing who the new tournament champion is gonna be. But let's see if it's gonna be a new tournament champion at all. We have 2 players who might not be all that new to that. Sleep Torrent coming in. Anti-Burn is a bit of a good matchup here potentially for AnimeTuber, considering that we do see a Frostburn team here on the right for CHSP. And the crashing anchor is coming down already, taking out Ruby and Don Quixote. We have a Dark Musashi pocket for CHSV, but Freya is asleep. She is in the War Frenzy, but I feel like Valkyrie Reset might take her. Or take Anastasia, I guess. There she goes. Anastasia is down. It's just Dark Musashi and Freya. Obviously, both of them pretty strong units on their own, but not without any help. Frostburn on Dark Musashi is the problem. Otherwise, this could have turned around quickly now. Cold Steel coming in. Parry is gonna put her to a deep sleep. No, sleep immune, but 1 HP. Crashing Anchor coming in. And that means Anime Tuber is still alive. And we're gonna see who's ultimately gonna go to the semifinals. This is it, Ruby Musa team versus CHSB's number 2 team here with Zeus, Maiden Snow White and Beauty and Beast and New Anya. But all of them are right now frostburned. And there is no Anya, no iconic, no icon Anya. And that is a potential problem here for Dark Musashi. Against Dark Musashi, I mean. Well, as long as Dark Musashi still tries to take out New Snow White, it's not that big of a problem, I suppose. But taking out... Ooh, Belle stays alive. Oh no, okay, New Snow White is going down, but Aegis is coming into the battle, and Don Quixote is going down as well. This is not clear cut yet. Briar Barrage is absolutely insane, actually taking everything. Anime Tuber is now under a lot of pressure because Beauty and Beast, while New Snow White went down, it also meant that Aegis is joining the battlefield, and both of them together are truly a menace, and we can see that right now. Anime Tuber already saying I'm kinda dead right now, I guess. And honestly, it is the case. Modern Almina on her own will not do anything against these powerful units, especially against the Dark Element. Holy shit, that damage output is kind of crazy. And CHSB, after 11 months, makes a comeback into the semi-finals for China here. GG to Anime Tuber from India, who also had a good run here, taking out the seed number 3. But it is ultimately CHSB who takes the ticket to the semi-finals and will face Abdo there. Very, very good stuff here, and congratulations to the Chinese player. Let's see, it's now gonna be Europe versus Asia versus Asia. And let's see, the first one is gonna be, we are now in the best of 5 phase, by the way. So we will see the Platoon 1s fighting each other first, then the Platoon 2s fighting each other second. Then the third one fighting each other, and then it's gonna be, depending on the standings, Platoon 1 versus Platoon 2 and Platoon 2 versus Platoon 1. Alright, so Abdo 2-1, 2-2-1. Alright, everything is set up, guys. Who's gonna win this, Linux or Sombrix? This is gonna be another final participation for Sombrix, or is it the first ever for Linux here for Spain? That's gonna be the big question here. Best of 5, so unfair. What is unfair about that, man? It's the same as last time where you won, and also it's fairer because it gives you incentive to put your strongest platoons as number 1 and number 2. It's not changing the format, man. It was the same in January when you won the tournament. Yes, also the first semifinals here for Linek. Well, Anime Tuber, you came pretty close this time to get it to the semifinals, so I wouldn't give up hope yet. Let's see. We're gonna have only 3 matchups remaining, up to 15 battles ahead of us with the 12 very best platoons that Evertale has to offer right now. All of them fully awakened, fully maxed out in terms of resources. Let's see who can take this one. Is it gonna be Linak or Sombrix first? We will see their platoon ones face each other. And let's see how it's gonna go for them. We will not have any betting anymore for this final 3 matchups. And oops, I should probably switch over. Linak with the Eva carries build with Beauty, Kenjin and Anya as well. Absolute slaughter for Sombrix, not doing much yet. Good matchup here, I think, for Linak, whose Mermaid tanks 2 shots from Dark Musashi. And the Hammering Blade is coming in, Budding Gifts, Kenjin with the Poison Waves. Okay, everybody's pretty poisoned now. Would be a good time for this Kenjin to do something. Poisonous X here. Okay. Well, Thor is healing back up again and again. This is not enough. Why is she doing another Poison Waves? I'm not sure. Okay, this is also doing a Poison Waves. Now it's time for... What? Why is she doing another Poison Waves? Why are they stuck in a Poison Wave loop? Just do something, exactly. Well, okay, maybe not exactly, because... no, there's no Hypnosis anyways. But, oh my god, this Kenjin doesn't take anything out here for Linak. That is bad news. Sombrix now in the driver's seat, taking out Mermaid already, but now Aegis is coming into the field, and we have some get shots. And Aegis is sick! Holy moly, moly, moly. And that is pretty crazy. It's looking very good now for Linak, who is taking out Dark Musashi. No! Dark Musashi stays alive. Buster X. No! Kenjin also stays alive somehow. And oh! Anya also... Anya also stays alive. What? How did he stay alive? Because through all of this. This was actually kind of sick. But yeah. So this means Sombrix is still in a very, very good spot, I think. Dark Musashi still healing back up, but now Kenjin goes down, and with her Dark Musashi, but this could be the turnaround. We have Beauty and Beast on both platoon ones of these both players. Budding Gifts coming in, now it's Bell off the ball here, and Kenjin gets the Hypnosis off, because it's the first attack, and the other Kenjin was already dead. That is kind of wild, but yeah. Let's see if she can stay alive though against this Bell onslaught. She can. And this means Anya is now also kind of in a bad situation here. Linak is looking very good. Poisonous X right now against Aegis versus Aegis. And the Aegis on the left for Linak goes down first. And we see Mori here from none other than Mermaid. But it is also clear that Anya and Bell are both now looking bad. But Aegis will come in again. And so this is still a chance here for Sombrix, potentially taking out, no, not quite taking out Kenjin, but this is an onslaught of Poisonous Axes. No, Kintaro stays alive. I think this should be it. Aegis goes down. Bell is the last one standing for Sombrix here, and Linak loses Anya but gains Aegis. I don't see a world where this could still be a comeback for Sombrix. Then again, it is a best of 5 and this is the very first battle. But this is some crazy good stuff from both of them. And Eva carries, takes the win here against Sombrix. It's number 1. This battle is crazy. I absolutely agree. Hero Brian, welcome to the stream. But yeah, that was absolutely crazy. To have Hypnosis actually activate in a Kenjin versus Kenjin fight is wild to begin with. And yes. Here we go, it is best of 5. No, this has been from the beginning. You can... Why is everybody acting like this is a new rule? But yeah, that is why we saw we won, basically. Platoon 1 versus Platoon 1. And now we will see a Platoon 2 versus Platoon 2 up next, guys. It keeps going. That was a good battle, not gonna lie. Indeed, that's next. And a Missile Storm coming in against Linux Burn Slot. Straight away, War Frenzy is activated, but... the Frostburn is lost. It's Freya versus Freya. It's a burn versus burn fight. And I guess we can see why both of these players made it into the semifinals. They have very similar setups actually in terms of the teams. So that gives us something to think about, I guess. What is currently the strongest, the second strongest team type in Evertale. And this right now, what you see on the screen, is the second strongest. We have Freya burn teams with Frostburn as well. Washington waking up here. Meteor Call taking out Ruby. And Instant Death Ward keeping Don Quixote alive, keeping the hopes alive here for Sombrix, who is already down 1 unit. Meteor Call coming in. This is looking very good now for Linux to go up 2-0 in this best of 5. Dragon Reborn, Passionate Cleave, it's just Freya on her own standing. Thornbrix is looking in big trouble here. She gets the turn at least. It is the War Frenzy, so if anyone can turn it around, it is probably Freya, but not like this. Bahamut Blast, Ruby now with the Roaring Ignition. Alright, Dual Destruction, not enough as well. Meteor Lance takes it like Bahamut is taking out Freya here, and Linux is up 2-0 now against Thornbrix from Germany. The Spaniard is on the brink of taking out the prior tournament winner and also be booking the first ticket ever to the finals for Spain. Let's see. And now we will see. It's not gonna be a best of 3 obviously, but we will see the Platoon 3s fight each other. It's going on like this. We have Mamma Mia versus Thornbrix. It's gonna be a hybrid team, I guess, for Linux versus a Sleep Frostburn team from Thornbrix. And now Linux might feel conflicted here because he's always rooting for Sleep. But let's see how it's gonna go. Thornbrix now has to win the next 3 battles, the current one and the 2 after that, to still make it to the finals. And the Disabling Bolts are a good counter for sure against these water units. And the Thundering Wrath, not even to begin with. But then again, Anya is still there, keeping the hopes alive here for Thornbrix. Then again, Dark Musashi is gonna go on a rampage, I think. Holy shit! Linux is absolutely steamrolling. This could be the first 3-0 we have ever had in a Platoon Wars fight. I don't know if there's any hope left for Thornbrix at this point. It's just Anastasia, Yamato, Anastasia and guards. But Dark Musashi takes her. And this is just guards remaining. There's no hope left for Thornbrix. Linux is taking the first ticket for Spain to the finals. This could be the very first Spanish tournament win in the history of tournaments. And this is absolutely insane. Surely it's not the first 3-0. No, it is absolutely the first 3-0. You can go back. This has never happened that Platoon 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2, 3 versus 3 go into one direction in the semi-finals. Obviously best of 5s only happen in the semi-finals and the finals. But yeah, well played to Linux. And Linux scored perfect hits is true Etzenix. Congrats, but GG to Thornbrix, who took me out in the quarterfinals, which was also a pretty good feat, I would say. But yeah, ultimately, Linux with the first ever 3-0 in Platoon Wars history, and that means he's now in the finals, and look at his track record. He beat Nelson Jack 2-0, he beat the number 1 seed Altruis 2-0, going up 4-0. EXO actually was the only player ever to take a win off of Linux. And that means, what the fuck? That's crazy. Linux is 9-1 in this tournament right now. In a Platoon Wars tournament, that's absolutely unheard of. And he's standing in the finals with that. Let's see who can challenge him. Is it gonna be Abdo or CHSB? Is it gonna be a Syrian or a Chinese player? That's the big question right now. But yeah, pretty wild stuff here. True, Dacia was another Spanish player that was participating. He took me out in the historic PvP 1 tournament in August. But yeah, Linux looks scary in this one. Let's see who it's gonna be. Abdo, so far with 2-2-1 victories. So already more losses than Linux. Impossible to have less when he gets to the finals. And first he needs to get past CHSB as well. So let's see how that's going to go. We're gonna go straight into it, guys. This is the second semi-finals. It's gonna be Abdo versus CHSB. CHSB never has been in the final, and Abdo is the prior Platoon Wars winner. Let's see how it's gonna go. It's Platoon 1 versus 1. It's Thor versus Thor. It's Anya versus Anya. It is Kenjin versus Kenjin. And it is Valkyrie Reset versus Maiden Snow White. Alright. Disabling Bolts coming in. Beauty. Oh, actually, no. Oh, I mislooked. Abdo doesn't have Thor in this team. It's Beauty and Beast, actually. And Abdo is already complaining that the Link landed on Kenjin here for CHSB. I guess that's a good hit here for CHSB. Nelson Jack is rooting for his rival Linux. That's some nice sportsmanship there. Well, I mean, it's it always feels a little better, right? If you have a first round loss and then it's against the tournament winner, which Abdo might be someone who could repeat it because Anya is just taken out. Then again, the other Anya also goes down. Both icon Anyas are down, but now it's Beauty and Beast time. And we know Beauty and Beast time is absolutely beastly. Try a barrage here coming in, getting another turn here for Aegis. Beastly uppercut, getting another turn here for Aegis. They are on a rampage right now, but now it's over. For now, Thor is there. Kenjin. What can Kenjin do? Both sides have Kenjin right now. Disabled on Maiden Snow White. Linked Edge is absolutely sick here. Valkyrie reset with a huge damage output. You shouldn't let her get crazy, I guess. But then again, get turn for Maiden Snow White is wasted because she's disabled. But yeah, so many Moris to get through. So that is rather difficult. The Unstable Blade actually hitting Moris. Interesting. But not hitting any poison units. That's a problem. Thor is healing back up. Unstable Blade for Beauty. Disabling bolts now coming in. Hammering Blade. More Moris are going down. But Maiden Snow White is still disabled. And we will see Kintaro come in next. Wow, that poison wave was super ineffective against the Mori. I have no idea what happened there. But it is a very, very close fight here. And Thor is going down. Now Kenjin might take it. Oh my god, gets lucky and hits Valkyrie reset, but it's not enough, but gets double luck. Oh my god, that RNG was insane for Abdo. And this, I think, is it. With such lucky hits, honestly. That was kind of crazy. But yeah, CHSB now only standing with his Kenjin, but the other Kenjin is now already so tanked up after hitting the right targets all the time. That was kind of crazy. Unstable Blade and a pure RNG skill and hitting exactly the units that it needed to hit. So Abdo takes this one 1-0. Moris are people too. Nice. Abdo and the RNG plot armor indeed was sick. What the fuck? Hitting Valkyrie reset, not taking her out because the damage wasn't high enough, and then hitting her again. Like that's like a 8% chance, 6% chance, 7% chance, sorry. That was crazy. But yeah, it is what it is. Abdo is up 1-0, but that doesn't mean it has to go like Linux versus Sombrix, which was relatively cut in the end. CHSB on the other hand might still wanna do a comeback, and he has Beauty and Beast on the field there. Maiden Snow White as well, but Abdo has Dark Musashi, and CHSB is lacking the armor. Beauty and Beast is already going down without summoning Aegis. That's also not the best for a start. Void Push is coming in. Passionate Cleave. Zero Spirit. Meteor Call. Dark Musashi could be taking out Zeus now. It is taking her out. This is looking very, very good for Abdo so far. Meteor Call! Oh my goodness, it's just New Snow White! But she's not having the stats yet, and Freya will get the turn and again and again! It's not gonna be turns from Maiden Snow White! Oh no! Yamato is now entering, and even that doesn't help. Time units are reduced. Well now, Maiden Snow White. Well, that was not what she needed. She gets disabled. Double disabled, actually. Abdo is absolutely steamrolling this platoon number 2. Instant death ward or permanent instant death immunity helps, of course, but it cannot save CHSB here. It's a 2-0 now for Abdo, and CHSB has to win 3 battles in a row to come back. But I think that happened before, actually. It's not over for CHSB, but it definitely is looking good for Abdo. So let's check right ahead. Let's see what they have in Platoon 3. It's Burn versus Burn, Frostburn versus Frostburn, and Dark Musashi Pocket for CHSB. It's Washington on the one side and Anastasia on the other. And CHSB in this one has Freya. This is something worthy to point out. Dual Destruction taking care of Washington already, and the get turn for Freya is there. She doesn't have the War Frenzy yet though. Oh my goodness, that Bahamut Blast taking out Anastasia was pretty slick. Meteor Call, not effective yet, and Light Bahamut, well, that damage wasn't enough. Roaring Ignition. Roaring Ignition on both sides, and Don Quixote on both sides up next. But now Freya gets the turn. Passionate Cleave. Will it be enough now? Is the damage high enough? It's not high enough yet for CHSP because the War Frenzy is not unlocked. Another turn. But Yamato keeps standing. Yamato keeps Apto alive here. Ruby with a Roaring Ignition. Don Quixote, what is she doing? Nothing because she's frostburned. Dual Destruction. Dark Musashi is taken out. It's looking better and better now for Apto, who's taking out Ruby. Freya is the last one standing. Victory Cannon actually bringing Don Quixote down nearly. Meteor Call, is it strong enough? It is. But the Instant Death Ward keeps Don Quixote alive. Overflowing Burn now coming in. It's still Don Quixote on Freya on the right hand side. Oh my goodness. Freya gets the turn, but it's not enough. It's not enough. Apto takes it. What the fuck? That's crazy. We have another 3-0 here. GG to CHSP, but it is ultimately Apto who is taking it to the finals. It's gonna be Linux versus Apto, who are both in the chat right now. So I guess happy to see that. Linux already saying, holy pig, we have two finalists who go 3-0 in their semi-finals. That's absolutely cooked. And yeah, we will see Linux versus Apto. Apto could potentially defend the title, be only the second player ever who makes it happen to have a second tournament win. And actually, I think the first player to win the same format twice. So that would be a record for history. But let's see. This is just peak Bahamut better than Freya. Yeah, I guess so. That was sick from Bahamut. What the hell? Peak finalists, Kiroshi is saying, I don't know who to root for. I'll say Linux winning finals will be more interesting. Linux arc for the win. Well, yeah, people were talking about the Linux arc for quite a while. Up to saying, Linux, I want to wish you luck, but I need this. But then again, I mean, doesn't Linux need it more? It's his first deep tournament run. Linux saying, we all trust in Eva. And Natsume is saying, Linux win. Alright. Let's see what it's gonna be. Is it gonna be another 3-0 sweep? I don't feel like it's gonna be that way. But then again, I wasn't expecting it either in this current fights. Let's see. It's gonna be Linux Platoon 1 versus Apto Platoon 1. Linux Platoon 2 versus Apto Platoon 2. Linux Platoon 3 versus Apto Platoon 3. And then, something we haven't seen yet in this best of fives, it should be deciding battles. Between Platoon 1s and 2s respectively. Well, 1 versus 2 and 2 versus 1, but we haven't seen that in the finals or in this tournament yet in the best of 5 stage. So let's see. Let's see. Natsume is saying Linux will win because no flop Yoma. Well, that's true. Linux refrained from using her, but at least there's still Mermaid in his Platoon 1. Destroyer saying Linux will be his first win on a tourney. You already won, I believe. That's true. Up to already won. Catgirl think I like that, but that doesn't work, I think, in YouTube. If you put Flop Yoma, you lose instantly. Edsonix is saying Apto is gonna win, alright. Let's see. Alright. Everybody is ready, hopefully, because this might be an epic finale coming up. It's gonna be Spain versus Syria. The first time ever with a Spanish finalist. Versus Apto, who has already won Platoon Wars 3. And looking to add another title to his belt. Let's see who it's going to be. It's gonna be a tight fight, that's for sure. I don't expect another 3-0, but let's see how it's gonna go. It's Eva carries versus Apto's Platoon 1. It's Beauty and Beast on both sides here. Both have added her to their Platoon 1s. Budding Gifts on both sides, Kenshin on both sides, Anya on both sides. So some clear mirror matchup here. The only difference being Mermaid on the left and New Snow White on the right. Mermaid is still holding. Now she dies and Aegis is summoned, which is probably what Linux was hoping for. Briar Barrage coming in though, that was not very effective. Then again, Kenshin! Oh no, Kenshin survives. Apto is having some huge luck in this competition. I have no idea how he just survived that. But let's see. Maiden Snow White now with the Soul Fragment coming in. Beauty and Beast again on the side. But now Kenshin goes down. This is the first important kill here for Linux after losing Mermaid relatively early. Bell off the ball now. No fortifications left for Anya. But then again, oh, and Kenshin gets Hypnosis off! Kenshin! In a Kenshin versus Kenshin fight, yet again we see a Hypnosis and Anya is going down for Apto. This is all going perfectly to plan for Linux in this very first battle. Honestly, I mean, there is still Beauty and Beast alive and there's still New Snow White and there is Kintaro in the reinforcements, but right now this looks very, very good for Linux. Linux arc is real. Well, and this is the turnaround. Holy moly, Apto is coming back from the hell here. This is crazy. This was just so important. And Aegis staying alive from this Busto X is also important. Instant death for Anya is now gone for Linux. This is not looking good for Linux right now. Healing back up is Aegis. Aegis on the right will get the first turn. This would be a problem. Briar Barrage coming in, but Anya still staying alive. Got turn for Apto. Apto is logging now very strong. Kintaro on both sides as well, interestingly. Now on the battlefield. But Aegis is tanking that shot. Beauty and Beast now. Budding Gifts. Both sides probably. Yes, Budding Gifts, Budding Gifts. And now the Busto X against it. And instant death ward saves Beauty here. And the Fateful Snow is coming in. But no reinforcements left here for Apto. So no. Well, Aegis is going down and Kintaro stays alive due to the instant death ward. But now pretty close to dying. Oh my goodness. Busto X against taking out Anya. Instant death ward on Beauty. Aegis is getting summoned again. Not taking out this other Aegis though. Apto is taking this one potentially. Busto X is coming in. It's not enough here for Linux. The fuck is happening here? Kintaro is going down, but Busto X is not enough for both sides actually. Poisonous X is also not enough for both sides. Well, now they just do the same. They just mirror each other. But now, oh my god, instant death immunity from Maiden Snow White is just too cooked here. Uh-oh, Aegis is going down. It's Belle on her own and she will not be strong enough. This means Apto is taking the win in this one. What the fuck was that? I didn't see that coming at all. That was an epic fight here. But Apto ultimately taking this one. Linux will have to come back in the later battles. This was really crazy. Honestly, what the fuck was that fight? Probably the best fight of today. So glad if you are seeing this one live. Linux is saying, and now I can't win. Well, let's see. We will go straight to the Platoon 2. And let's see what happens there. Apto taking 1-0. And now we have Freya versus Freya in a Frostburn versus Frostburn fight. Burn Slop from Linux versus Apto's Burn Slop team. But his Burn Slop team at least has Thor, so that's pretty decent. Okay, nobody wants to do anything in this fight. Everybody's just skipping turns, great. Dragon Reborn, that's nice for Linux team here. Freya is in a War Frenzy as well, so the damage output is gonna be good. Dual Destruction, Dark Musashi is already going down here for Apto. And Passionate Cleave, she will not be disabled from Anya. Meteor Call not strong enough yet. Roaring Ignition. Anastasia now with a Cold Decree, that means... Oh, Washington stays alive. Dual Destruction, not enough yet. Freya getting the turn. Passionate Cleave, now it's time for Freya to absolutely wreck. I think this could be the end of this other Freya and Thor as well. Anastasia on her own will not do anything here. Missile Storm is coming in. Ruby actually gonna wake up potentially from the deep sleep. No, Light Bahamut might wanna take the honor to finish off this Anastasia. And it is 1-1 and we are at an even level again. We do have a finals here. It's not gonna be a sweep for either side. And as such, yep, we go straight to the next one, guys. Let's keep going. 3 versus 3. Platoon 3 versus Platoon 3. Who is gonna take the advantage before we get into the deciding battles? It is best of 5, so it is 1-1. But yeah, now we have Linux, Mamma Mia, with a Dark Musashi Thor team with Maiden Snow White Pocket. I'm afraid that might bite Linux in the ass here later. But let's see. Apto on the right. This time he has Ruby and Light Bahamut, I guess, and Washington, so that's interesting. Apto actually running 2 Frostburn teams, it feels. Dual Destruction, not enough yet. Roaring Ignition coming in. Dragon Prism, maybe? No, another Dual Destruction. Chopin gets stunned but stays alive. Now the Dual Destruction takes... No, it's not taking Chopin yet. Okay, interesting. Chopin should get another turn eventually if she survives this. I don't know what Ruby's on. This seems like she's on some heavy drugs. But now it's finally over for Ruby. No, she gets another turn. Why not? Don Quixote with the Burning Path taking out. And now New Snow White enters the field, which is not too bad, I think. And the Inspiring Song will get the turn to the team. I like the Chopin New Snow White combo. And Dark Musashi also getting at least a turn. Bro, I'm dying of laughter. That's good. I'm not sure if your team is dying as well. I do slightly prefer Mamma Mia in this situation, I guess. Instant Death Ward gets triggered for Washington. And no... Another instant death ward gets triggered for Ruby. Another instant death ward gets triggered for Light Bahamut. There's no Anya to protect from an onslaught of Dark Musashi. And as such, Washington goes down already. And we have a Fateful Snow that takes care of Light Bahamut. She was so low HP. One of the few times that we see a low HP Fateful Snow kill. That is absolutely crazy. And this is a turnaround. Linux is now in the driver's seat again against Abdo after losing with his first platoon. This looks good now for Linux to take it into the lead. But then again, we have still Ruby and Don Quixote, and there's still maybe some reinforcements. I don't think so. Well, there's still some get turns, so it's not over until it's over. We might see a Burning Path, and that Burning Path turns it around. What the fuck is going on with Apto's plot armor in this one? This is not even normal. Holy shit. Dark Reckoning is not enough to take out down Don Quixote. Combo Blaze is now coming in. Dragon Prism. There's nothing left to stay for Linux. What the fuck was that? No, I feel like I need to quit. That was not even normal here. That was not okay. What the fuck? Ultimate Don Quixote carry. What the fuck was that? That's insane. What the hell? No way. I mean, I thought Don Quixote might take out someone, but it was everyone. Everyone except Maiden Snow White. The fuck? That's insane. But now we will see a decider, guys. It's gonna be Linux hopefully trying to come back here with his Platoon 1 versus Platoon 2 of Apto. Let's see how it's gonna go. Here we go. Dark Heaven style here. And, well, at least everybody's frostburned here on the left pretty much. And sleeping is Mermaid here. Void Push, not very successful. Then again, it's taking out Mermaid. First kill here for Dark Musashi. That is not the way it should be here. Then again, now the Hypnosis is in. So Kenshin might turn it around. Poison Waves. Not effective, very effective against the Burn team, so that is rough. Ooh, Freya barely staying alive, but it's just enough. And she has the War Frenzy now, which could help Apto here to finalize it. Thor gets hypnotized, but Kenshin being disabled is just terrible. Frostburn on Beauty as well. Aegis is waiting in reinforcements. As long as she's not out, it's not too great yet for Lineuk. And Kenshin again disabled, losing the turn. This could be problematic now because I think Kenshin might die to a Meteor Call. And she does die. Instant Death Watch protecting Anya. And Aegis is coming into the field. Meteor Call now. Meteor Call is strong enough to take out Anya? That's not even normal. What the fuck? Okay, Kintaro is down. Freya is absolutely carrying this. It's just Beauty and the Beast. I don't think they can take it 2 versus 5, but then again, who am I to say it? Beauty is now on the bell of the ball. Bell of the ball. Not even taking out Dark Musashi. Poisonous Axe. Bell of the ball. It's not effective here. Dark Musashi is too strong. Well, that's that. And Abdo is the first ever player, potentially, if I'm not jinxing him right now. But to take it. To take a second tournament win, because what are Beauty and Beast even doing here? They just run against the wall of Dark Musashi. And they are just waiting for Freya to get the turn and finish them off. Here we go. Freya is now gonna be in an Infernal Blaze. Passionate Cleave, getting another turn. This could be enough. Tides of War, actually not yet enough, but this is enough. Instant Death War though, and Instant Death Immunity, so I guess, well, at least Aegis is a counter against Dark Musashi. Budding Gift, it's not over just yet, but yeah, Poisonous Gift. It's Dark Musashi just doesn't die. I don't know what Beauty is trying to do here, but I really don't like it. And now Thundering Wrath is in. Beauty needs to kill someone to actually get Aegis out on the field again, but there's just no way. She's just running into Dark Musashi. It's actually sad to watch this. And Abdo is taking this to the bank, is the very first ever to take a second tournament win in the same format. Dark Musashi actually carrying in this one, I feel like. But yeah, what is there to say, honestly? It is Abdo ultimately taking this, even though both the first battle and the third battle were super close and looked like they were going for Lineuk. Ultimately, it is Abdo who takes it with a 3-1 victory in this Platoon Wars 4 edition. Absolutely crazy. Evil Abdo with the plot armor. Indeed, honestly, I've never seen something like this before. Quit playing with your food, indeed. What the hell? AnimeTuber is asking, Abdo, can we kiss? Linux saying, Abdo, don't you dare ever playing again. True ban Abdo. Kaylet saying GG. Kiroshi is also there with GG's. Let me hold you. Abdo has blood. Well, at least there's a lot of points. I think 700 points, 700 tournament points for Lineuk. I'm not even sure if he had that many in total so far, so that's definitely a good achievement for Lineuk right there, especially with his Eva team. SMH my head, indeed. Destroyer, congrats Abdo, well GG's. Freaky Delange is also saying GG in the chat. Posting some of the trophies for Abdo here. Natsume saying I'm going to fall down. Let's see. Lineuk never lose hope. Abdo is saying very generous winner right there. But yeah, Abdo from Syria taking the second Platoon Wars title in a row after the January win. The meta definitely moved on a lot. But even in the new meta, Abdo cooked up some strong teams and had some crazy plot armor as well. Which is not to take away from his victory, but honestly, I've never seen these turn like these were absolutely insane. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, what was that? But yeah, congratulations to Abdo, who wins this tournament, gets another juicy 1000 tournament points. And here we have the final results of this tournament. So yeah, there we go. Apto is taking this one. Linux actually getting 3 losses in the finals after only getting 1 loss in the 4 rounds before that is pretty wild stuff. Linux saying, you filthy cheater, too much scripting going on. Not quite a generous loser there. But that's fair. Plot armor is insane. Exo saying, if only I passed you, Linux. The RNG was on your end, but can't say much until the next tourney. Well, there's always some RNG for both sides, I suppose. Edsonix saying, cheers, Edsonix saying, Apto, I was the one who cheered you, Apto. That's nice. Oh, thanks, Apto. I appreciate the donation. 6 Yuri, thank you for this astounding tournament. Thanks to Apto for his support. Of course, this is not not related to his tournament winning, to him winning the tournament, because that donation came in later, obviously. And also, you know, I can't do anything about scripting these battles anyway, so they come how they come. But yeah, thanks for the support, Apto. Appreciate it. That is very, very nice and helpful. Basically, 10xing my my income on this stream with that €6 donation, so that's nice. Thanks a lot. But yeah, we see it on the screen. Apto took this tournament, gets 1000 tournament points. We have Linux at the number 2 spot, first time ever for the Spaniard to take it to the finals in an impressive fashion. Sombrix and CHSB were 3rd place, also great stuff from them up until the semifinals, where they did get rolled a little bit by our finalists. TheGatheringICP is saying, do you have merchandise, Drew? If not, put what the fuck on it. No, I'm not sure if that's the best. I hope I can have I have another catchphrase or something. I don't know, but yeah, I would have to think about that. But yeah, no merch planned for now. All right, and Exo, Trukrio, Kaled, AnimeTuber got the 5th position, and we also see Altrus, Valdek, Rain, Debaxi, Player 345, Destroyer, Not Leo 2nd, and Kuhaku, who made it up until the quarterfinals. No, up until the round 2. So yeah, that is that. Some very impressive stuff from all these teams. Very, very strong show up. And I'm very impressed by all your team building skills. Especially in Platoon Wars, I feel like it's... I mean, on the one hand, it's kind of like, okay, you play meta, but then you have to think about how do you defeat the different platoons, how do you spread your best units, and you also have to think about all the weapon choices, you have to think about the accessory choices, so it's, I think it's a lot that goes into building these teams, so congratulations to all the players who participated, because it's not an easy feat to come up and compete here against the best of the world. So yeah, congratulations, even if you had a first round loss or something like that. Hoping to see you again in the next tournament. And speaking of the next tournament, before we wrap up here, and I appreciate the heart reactions coming in the chat right now. True Carrot plushie, that's actually a nice idea. True Mug. I don't know, True Mug sounds like an insult, but yeah. Puts Eva in Platoon 1. Yeah, that was slick, but ultimately, yeah, unfortunately, if Eva won you that first battle against Apto, we might be celebrating your tournament win right now. And also she lost again against the Platoon 2 of Apto, so both against Platoon 1 and Platoon 2 of Apto, so that's a bit unfortunate for Mermaid. But other than that, she had a very strong showing and she even got some kills, so that was quite peak indeed. And Apto is saying, Linux, our fights had me at the edge of my seat, well played. Beauty and Beast aren't flops, not gonna lie, I was right. Yes, but also we could see... Well, it's situational, you know? Sometimes Beauty goes down without anything. And we could also see how Beauty struggles to do anything meaningful in that last battle. It was really useless, her running against the wall of Dark Musashi. But yeah, she can have some decent showings, some good stuff here from her as well. Even Kintaro, we saw today one battle where she was absolutely insane and killed everything on her own. Oh, and not mine, what the fuck? Wait, oh, and not mine? What is not mine? Anyways, Bell, biggest sloppy unit ever. Aegis carried her. Yeah, that's true. Aegis is actually the one that's really strong. Bell is kind of meh. Freya counters all the new units. Yeah, I suppose so. That is true. The Freya counter is real. Anyways, as a big announcement, well, big announcement, but you know, small announcement maybe, in terms of what's planned for June, for the June tournament. Also, of course, we will have potentially another Shadow League at some point in June, but yeah, stay tuned for that. So that's more of the historic side. So we will see probably January 2020 releases in that tournament, in the Swiss tournament. But we will see something kind of wild, and that is actually something where I have to give credit to Linux, who has been cooking a little bit. And we will have, as a bit of an anniversary thing, because I mean, 1 year ago in June, well, 11 months ago in June, we had the very first Platoon Wars and the very first tournament in history, the very first community tournament in Evertale in 5 years, and now we had 12 or so in the meantime, I guess. But we will have another new tournament format, the craziest yet. It is gonna be called the Limitless League, LLL for short, and it is pretty much exactly what it sounds like. You can have anything. Well, I mean, there is one limit. There's, I think, one basic limit, and that is you can only use 14 units. Gathering ICP is saying you like the true plush idea, not my merchandise idea. I guess a plushie is merchandise, I suppose. But yeah, I'm not I'm not sure about the what the fuck part for my merch, but but yeah, that's fair enough. But yeah, you can only use 14 units, and unless I'm overlooking something, obviously we will have the announcement in June, and you have to stay tuned on the Discord channel. Everybody can sign up for free again as well. But what are the other limits in that Limitless League? There are none. You can have 14 of the same units. Yes, Natsume, you can theoretically have 14 Dark Mosages. You can have all the weapons that you want. You can max them, you can not max them. You can use any unit really that is in the drop-down. So you can even use conjured units. You can use some Super Moris, which would also count, you know, as one unit, for example. There's no mana costs. However, there is no mana costs, but there is a team strength rating cost. And how does it differ from duplicaps? Well, there is no mana costs. In duplicaps, I think we also didn't have weapons and stuff like that, so there's also weapons. You can also use, as I said, units that are not really SSR units, like standard ones from the summon. You can just use, for example, Aegis if you want, on her own, I guess. Well, Storm Michaela, for example, stuff like that. And yeah, what else? And basically what it's gonna be like, to still make it somewhat fair, each of these units will have, again, a strength rating, well, what you previously saw as a mana cost, but there will be no restrictions to the mana cost. So in theory, you could still have a team with 100 mana costs, for example. But the ticker is that basically there will be a bit of an rating system in the tournament. Each team will fight at least 3 times, probably, similar to the historic PvP tournament. And then, after each battle, based on the team strength rating, that flows also into it, basically. And so, if you have very high team strength rating, then the expectation is that you win much more, and then you will get less points to get into the final stage. So you will have to find a balance, basically. Probably best to not use too many top mana units and try to cook something up which is a little bit more unexpected. But if you want, you can also go, of course, for the full mana units and try to secure as many victories as possible. There will be then probably only the best 4 teams or the best 2 teams going on to the final stage, which will be single elimination. And there, obviously, it will be good again to have the strongest team possible. So yeah, you really have to find a balance of making the strongest team possible, but also the most surprising winning team possible. So yeah, the tournament winner will not depend on points. The points will be what decides who is going to be the top 4. And then we will have a final stage where the tournament winner is going to be decided, basically with semifinals and finals. So yeah, let's see how that's gonna go. I like the heart reactions in the chat already, so I take it that the idea is nice. And luckily we have Linux, who also provided a website for that, or built a little website for that, because other than that, I don't think I would have necessarily done it in the same way, because it's a lot of calculations necessary on the side. But this way we would still be able to show it. So it will be the first tournament that will not take place on Challenge, and instead it will take place on Linux website. Linux saying, I know ball like the pocket. News no white. It's not the best moment to drop that after you just lost the finals, but and also after I just gave you a shout out for that website, which, you know, given that you put News no white in the pocket, would then mean we might have some security issues on that website. But yeah, it is what it is. 3 Beauty and Beast and 1 Aegis. Well, that's an interesting idea right there. But yeah, everybody can come up with some interesting strategies. Let's see. Also, obviously, we will have some more releases in the meantime, so stay tuned for that as well. Destroyer saying he should definitely win now with plot armor and scripting, now that he made the script for the next tourney. That's kind of funny. But yeah, 3 Surimoris, 2 Eva. Well, some very interesting ideas here in the chat already. But yeah, looking forward to the ideas to come up with. Of course, there will be the announcement, but yeah, don't expect it to be before. Well, it will be towards end of June, because I'm gonna go on vacation. So yeah, I will check on that. Just stay tuned on the channel. Get the True Warrior role if you want to be notified if the tournament announcement drops. And yeah, that's it. Limitless League coming in June. And congratulations again to the winners of today. Apto ahead of Linux and Sombrix and CHSP. We have players from Syria, Spain, Germany and China going deep in this tournament. Many of the top seeds being defeated except for Apto. And Apto is actually now really getting close to... I think getting close to Ultras, which is kind of insane. But let's see. I'm gonna post the rankings obviously at some point. I think maybe for true supporters already posting them early on my YouTube membership page, and then obviously ahead of the next tournament we will see the full updated ranking again. So yeah, some pretty crazy stuff here from Apto today. Let's see how it's gonna continue. And yeah, like Destroyer said in the chat, like and subscribe. That is the way to become a true carrot. And maybe you get some plushies as well. I'm just gonna throw that out there. I'm just gonna say maybe. The probability is really low, but you know, it's not 0. So okay, technically it's 0, I guess. There's no plushie right now. I don't have a carrot plushie myself, so how can I send it to someone? Then again, I think someone posted it on the Discord before. But yeah, we're getting off track here. But yeah, like and subscribe to become a true carrot and to get a true plushie delivered to your door straight away. Out of thin air, magically. And yeah, stay tuned for the next tournament. Hope you enjoyed. Share it with your friends if you enjoyed the battles. Gonna try to put some timestamps for the separate rounds, so it's easier to navigate. And then we will see how it's gonna go. Valeria is saying, nighty night, sleep tight, everyone. That's probably to our Asian viewers who are now at midnight, which is, I guess, decent. We didn't take too long this time, only 4.5 hours. A nice short live stream there. Again, thanks for the support to Apto for the donation, also to Valeria, and of course, special thanks also to TheGatheringICP, who is also a true supporter, and AleanFox. And now a special shout out, I guess, to the top fans in the chat today, so the most active ones, with Apto being first, Linux second, TheGatheringICP third, Valeria fourth, we have Exo at fifth, Destroyer at sixth, Natsume, Kaylet, AnimeTuber, Nelson checked at the number 10 spot. So congratulations to all of these. Thanks a lot for your activity in the chat, which makes these tournaments much more fun for me, obviously. And yeah, usually it ends at 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. So that was good. I mean, I also started it early, so I was doing that on purpose, kind of. True summoning the plushie, like up to summon the RNG for real. No, there's no match for third, but yeah, it is what it is. Valeria is sad about being fourth, but that was still quite a good achievement there. And Kaylet saying, see ya everyone, also well played to Kaylet. Finals, good stuff. And Trugio t-shirt, what the fuck? I don't know. I'm still not sold on that. Do I say that too much? I feel like I need to maybe rein it in if that is the first sentence that comes to mind if people think about me. But yeah, let's see. Nice, Apto spamming his true emojis in the chat. Love to see it. Maxima Wu, indeed, one of my favorite emojis on the Discord server. But yeah, that is that. For the last time, like and subscribe to become a true carrot. I see you right there in front of the screen. You haven't tapped on the like button yet. You know who you are. Just press it right now. And also press the share button and post it on some Evertale Facebook page maybe, or some Evertale Discord server. And as always, thanks for watching.